Please share the PPT, bro.
One sec. So we'll be sharing the links for these events afterwards. Just register for them. This is at 5 o'clock today. Yeah. Parikshit.
Yeah. I'd like to introduce our former GFG club lead, BC Sagar, who is also a student at Siddhganga Institute of Technology and Google. He's been featured by GitHub, Google in the past, and currently educates on an academy app and also QS for host today. He's also an expert in university shortlisting and also a YouTuber, founder of LNS Hack Origin. And we are happy to welcome you, sir. And you can take over the meeting.
Thank you, Parikshit. No, please don't call me sir. I'm not that senior to you guys. Okay. So yes, guys, you can ask me your questions. So the most important thing in interviews is your resume, how you have to build your resume. Like I see most of them, my classmates who they don't have proper resume and they can't get through like good companies even in the first round. Like there will be resume shortlisting even before your test. Like whenever you're contacting a recruiter through LinkedIn, like they'll first see your resume, how does it look, and what is the kind of skill set that you need to possess. So like what job description or firstly whenever you're applying for a job, just read the job description. Like I'll just show you how is it like. On LinkedIn there's something called as jobs over here. Is my screen visible, Parikshit? Is it properly visible?
Yeah, bro, it's visible.
Yeah. So now there is some internship, web development student internship. So you have multiple internships on LinkedIn, which you can also apply. Try applying, and you can also do it during your free time and also get an exposure of what tech stack is being used in in the industry. And there are multiple jobs. Like every 2 minutes, there are 4 people who are getting recruited on LinkedIn. It's a very great platform. You can work for newly started startups and multiple companies also, like ranging from newly started company and also bigger brands. All are on LinkedIn. So one thing. Your the skill set has been given here. Like what is their requirement from their end? So they're asking for cloud computing, something like data science, cybersecurity, web dev, Android, all these. So you see which is your skill set and what job profile is your skill set matching, and what are you passionate about. So try to do a lot of internships that will in turn fetch you full-time opportunities at various companies. So you can do internship in one company and use that experience to apply for bigger companies. So if you work for a startup, you'll be learning a lot of things. Like if you work as a web developer in a newly based startup, like what all tech did you learn there and how did you implement it? These questions will be asked in your interviews also. So there is easy apply option. So make sure that you are building your LinkedIn resume also. So some students ask me whether you're going to give us certificates. Like I said them no, because certificates at the end of the day you throw them. Like and it's also waste of trees and like you're harming the nature. So make sure you collect e-certificates from now and put them on LinkedIn. Like it has to be e-verifiable. Whatever you're doing, this is my profile now. your profile should give like whatever they see the tagline, like what are you looking for, and what is your expertise about, just to give a brief insight about all these things. So now put up the things that can be featured about you. What are the things that you have, like where you have been featured, like what are your achievements here over here, so that recruiters do check on LinkedIn with proper skill sets like who are matching into their job profile. And it's a great platform, you get to know a lot of things. So everyone should have a LinkedIn profile whenever you're applying for jobs, or whenever you're into research, whenever you want to get into some higher abroad universities. So yeah, this is how your LinkedIn has to be there. And you will have to add your certificates here, so that over time it doesn't get lost, or it is also verifiable, right? So when you take a hard certificate, I don't think so you can maintain it for around more than 10 years, like, but this is like available throughout your lifetime. So it's better to use LinkedIn as a certificate to put your certificates on. And yeah, not don't go with hard binded certificates. So you just have to mention your skill set also, and you'll be endorsed by your friends. So also they can give you recommendations, so which will be helpful in your university shortlisting. Like your admission council of foreign university may look into it and ask your friend who has worked with you. And also it will be helpful in getting good jobs. Okay. So what are your projects? You can add your projects, your coursework, what language do you know, your what all organizations you work for, what are your publications, like what research are you into, and what are your honors and awards, or something like that. Okay, this is how an ideal LinkedIn resume has to look like. And you can apply for jobs over here. So there is another platform also called as Relevel, which is a very trending platform nowadays, wherein you can apply for jobs and also internships. It is free of cost. It has been acquired by an academy recently. You can get your job in 15 days. Just take the test and see if you can qualify. Or they also have courses, like you can do the course and then like nowadays there is no boundary between colleges. Like it is all about your skill set and how you can get through the interview process. So there are multiple things over here. Like there is backend development, front end, business development, full stack. For business development, it's majorly into like aptitude and such things. Whereas for front end, backend, it's coding roles. And we also have data science, I guess. They have added new things, data science and machine learning. So how your resume has to look, I'll just show you my resume. Like it has to give a brief insight of what things you have done. And don't put something like I like singing and all, which is as a hobby but not as your main skill set. So your skill set has to match according to the job description which has been provided there. So your experience, so if the recruiter clicks on the certificate, he should be able to go there. Like I have attached my GitHub links over here, so he should be able to view our GitHub profile and what coding you have been doing and what projects you're building. So it should be e-verifiable like this. If they click over here, it has to take them to the original site. So also I've done a Udacity nano degree, which I got a scholarship from the test. I'll be briefing you about the scholarship. So the skill set mainly, like it is related to computer science for IT roles, like it is data structures, algorithms, OS, CN, Linux, Bash, and DBMS. So web development, you need to know JavaScript, Bootstrap. For database, like whatever skills do you have, and in cloud computing, whatever you've worked, what frameworks you have been using, all these might be asked. And also you have to give the links for your coding practice. What is your ranking over there, like what is your lead code, how many stars are you having on hacker rank, all these matter a lot. Like have you participated or won any coding contest, that would be great. Or you like you are part of organizing team. All these would be the highlights of your resume. So it has to take you to that particular link when clicked upon. So this is how a current day resume looks like. So you need to give links for your projects also, like whatever you have done. So achievements and whatever hackathons you have attended, whatever events you have attended. So you can mention them in your resume. So I'm ready to take up any questions from students with respect to resume and LinkedIn. Shashank or Parikshit, any questions?
Audience, any questions? You can put up either in chat box or you can unmute and ask.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is competitive coding really, what do you say,
What
important? If you
profile,
do good
what
project,
profile, what company? Two things matter here. Like what profile are you applying and what company are you applying? Suppose I want to get into Swiggy. Swiggy is a startup company. So what are they looking? They are looking for skill set. They are looking for web development. They're looking for Flutter, right? They're looking for Android development, that is Flutter. And what technologies like Google needs DSA, data structures and algorithms, because they feel that skills can be learned up, and they need strong, logic builders. And whereas Swiggy, all these Zomato, all these new startups, both are paying the same scale. There are two things. When you're working for startups, you'll be learning a lot of things. So go with startups when you're entering into the market. So if you're planning for the next 5 years, go with startup. That is great. Like if you're planning for startups, go with skill set. You need to have a huge skill set. Like you need to learn cloud computing, machine learning, all this such skill set. So if you're really passionate about competitive programming, then you can crack bigger companies. But DSA is must. You need to know data structures and algorithms, which is must by all the companies. At least revise. Whenever you're going for interview, you need around 1 month for revision for DSA, and then 1 month on your projects and all these things. So you need a minimum of 6 months for your interview preparation. So this is how an ideal resume should look like. So don't mention your hobbies. My hobby is swimming, dancing, all that. The interviewer is least interested about such things. So what job profile you're applying? For business development, the profile would be completely different again. It would be like skills like marketing for business development roles. It would be like management. The skills would be like strategy for a business development, not all these technical things there. For business development, it needs strong aptitude. Like it is like an IM profile. It is like MBA profile, similar to the MBA profile. So you need to read the job description properly whenever you're applying. And you need to know what is your value, what is your market value, like for the kind of skill set that you have, and you need to check out how much you have been paid, right? What is the average pay of an SD in India? Like what is the top SD paid in India? What is the top machine learning engineer paid in India? So you can use Glassdoor and such platforms to know what pay are you getting. Even during internships, like our college is like having close relationships with JP Morgan Chase company, Cisco. Maybe they can provide you some opportunities because our seniors are more centered in these companies. So it also depends on the alumni relationship with the college. So our college has a very strong alumni relationship with those companies. So luckily they'll take more number of students. You'll get more opportunities from JPMC, Cisco, like whichever companies our alumni are centered. Those companies are more likely to turn up and give more jobs. So in the upcoming days, maybe you're having what are challenges for competitive coders? Okay, yeah, the challenges for competitive coders, like the compiler is a big problem. Like you need to firstly choose a very good, compiler, and follow beautiful people. Some good people are there on YouTube. Like there is LUV, the named YouTube channel who teaches very good competitive programming, and there is a guy named Eric To. There's a guy. I'll just share the link of what YouTube channels you need to follow on a daily basis. So if you subscribe for them and also press the bell icon, like they'll be uploading videos. So even if you forget, like suppose what I do is like I forget I forget a lot of things like what I have to do. So I subscribe to them and press the bell icon so that I'm notified whenever they post a new video. So make sure that you subscribe to all these best YouTubers who are in competitive programming, like who are Code Chef winners, who are winners of the Google Hash Code and all such things. And any other questions? So competitive programming, you can't do it in one day. You need minimum of 6 months. Like it is 1 or 2 year course. Like competitive, you need to plan for 2 years when you're going in competitive programming, and you need to plan a career for minimum of 3 years when you're going to competitive programming. Also, it's of no use. So what are you interested mainly? Is it management or like is it pure technical skills? Is it research? Even if it's research, you need to have good CGPA and apply for better universities. That is also one more option. And apply for research internships in IIT, triple IITs, IISc, all these things. So we have few links. We'll be providing you all that in this swag pack. Yeah. Any questions? So resume is done. And check out an ideal resume. And you always need to review your resumes. Giving it to some industry people on LinkedIn. They'll be more than happy to help you out. And please make sure that you're having a LinkedIn profile. Yeah. You'll get to know a lot of industry people there, like what is the current tech stack and what technologies companies are working on and all these things. Yeah. Hello, am I audible?
Anil, please send out your LinkedIn profile link so everyone can connect with you, and if you have any doubts, they can contact you.
Sure. I'll do that for you. Yeah. So if you want any help from any companies, just ask me. Most of my friends are working like in good companies, Microsoft, LinkedIn, all. Like most of my friends are in really good positions also. Yeah. One is like our senior was the CEO of Relevel. He has become the CEO of this Relevel. He's my school senior, like really good guy. He basically did this startup when he was in college, and now he's the CEO. He's from Bitspilani. He's my senior, and just had a college idea of providing jobs, and it's a huge hit today. He's the CEO of the company. Yeah. He was 2016 pass out from Bitspilani. So he received 1 crore funding from Paytm's Vijay Shekhar Sharma when he was in college only. So you can also work on entrepreneurship, such ideas, and build your own platforms. It's a very good career path. Like if you go in companies and tell I've built a company, like I have my own startup. It's a great advantage to your profile, because that's something it requires a lot of guts and a lot of planning also, a lot of skills involved. Yeah. So any questions? I'm in final year, Mandeep. And yeah, I also have my own. We are working on some startup company now. Cool, guys. I'll come back to you again. So we have another guest coming. Like he has to leave. So yeah, over to Jathan Chawla.
Thank you, brother.
Over to
And
and by Jathan Chawla.
I would request Shashank Acharya to co-host along with me and to introduce the new guest.
Yes, Parikshit, I'll start now. Okay. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to our next guest, Mr. Jathan Chawla. He's currently an AI support engineer at Microsoft. He had done research internships in IIM Ahmedabad and NTU University in Singapore. He graduated from LJ Institute of Engineering, Ahmedabad. His journey from a tier 3 college to becoming a Microsoft employee, which selected 50 among 20,000 students, is quite inspiring and phenomenal. So, in this session, we would like to learn more about his journey and his professional background, as well as how he got into those internships. So, I would like to ask all of you to join in on and ask him questions along with us as we figure out what we're doing. Now, I'd like to ask him the first question. Mr. Jatin, when did you realize you wanted to?
One sec. Yeah,
Oh,
Shashank, can you please restart? Like, he's not yet joined. Wait,
oh,
he'll
okay.
join this. Yeah,
Should I wait for a while?
yeah. Wait for 1 minute.
Sure.
So most of them are quitting the event. Yeah, just for one more hour. Like, you'll have your lunch break. Yeah, he's in. He's in. Yeah, can start. Shashank can start.
I'd like to extend a warm welcome to our next guest, Mr. Jathan Chawla. He is a support engineer at Microsoft currently. He has done research internships in IIM Hyderabad, Ahmedabad and NTU Singapore. He has graduated from LJ Institute of Engineering, Ahmedabad. His journey from a tier 3 college to making it to Microsoft, which selected 50 students among 20,000 students, is quite phenomenal as well as inspiring. In this session, we'd like to know more about how he achieved his goal and the path he took, and more about his internships. This this webinar will be a Q&A session, so I'd like everyone to join in and ask questions to Mr. Chawla. And so I'll start with the first question.
Hello, everyone. First of all, welcome everyone, and thank you, Sagar, and thank you, Shashank, for having me here. I hope everyone is having a great Sunday, and wishing everyone in advance, wishing everyone all the very best for their careers. And I hope to answer each question from all of you. So very excited to be here. Thank you so much.
Okay, can I call you Jathan or?
Yes. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Jathan, I had this question. Like, when did you realize you wanted to become an AI engineer? What drove you towards AI? Like,
Okay, so this is a long story. Maybe I can make it short. When I entered into computer science and engineering from basically I'm graduated from Gujarat Tech University, and LJ Institute is one of the college that comes under it. And it was just very random that I chose computer science. I was not that sure when I completed my high school, higher secondary school. But yeah, like I thought, कि यार, chalo, the field is quite complicated, seems complicated, sophisticated. So let's go there. Let's see what happens. बाकी सारी engineering में इतना कुछ interest. I was very much passionate into cooking previously, and sports and cooking, all of that stuff. So maybe out of curiosity, I took computer science initially. But when like during my first year, I was like, ये भी try करते हैं, ये hackathon, like this particular competition में part लेते हैं, ये non technical ये भी किया जाए, वो भी किया जाए. And I'm very glad about my decisions because I explored almost everything during my second year maybe. During my second year, when I was visiting, I was trying to make my way to a couple of workshops. उस time पे at that point of time AI was kind of booming कि यार मतलब ये हो रहा है, वो हो रहा है, this company is employing AI products, and this company is building AI, they are building AI solutions for something, some or the other thing. So I was like यार ये क्या है, मतलब let's explore this. So initially, एक Dhirubhai Ambani, there is a institute, Dhirubhai Ambani Institute. I went there and there was a 1 week workshop. After coming from there, I was like, okay, it was so overwhelming there. Like, ye bhi kar lo, wo bhi kar lo. We are having this set of things for you to get started. So I thought, let's take baby steps and let's start with small things. And that really hooked me up and took all of my attention. And I was like, doing it day and night, and I was bunking my lectures for that, and I would started to make a small projects within 2 to 3 months. And at that point, like we are very fortunate enough due to this huge community that we are having such resources out there at this point of time. But us time pe, like I'm talking about 2018. 2018 maybe we did not have that resources for this. We like had to go and read blogs, and we had to find research papers, we had to find good courses to get a feel or to get a gist of that particular domain, or get a gist of that particular topic. So at that point, to see how this particular field is providing solutions to the problems that was not really possible in 2014, 15, or like back then, 5, 10 years back then. At that point, like drove me towards using those things into making or solving problems, and like that kind of the sophisticatedness of the field, and the amazement at it, like the amazement that it put in my mind drove me towards learning it and like exploring more, and then I'm what I'm currently. So after that, I gradually got started with a couple of courses where I also went to a couple of events. यहाँ पे Ahmedabad में we have, like in many cities we have AWS groups, Microsoft groups. We are having opportunities like becoming student ambassadors from different companies where you get to connect with those engineers as well. They tell you about the different products and they tell you about all of such things, and वहाँ से you can also populate all of those stuff to your colleges. I'm also running a group in my college currently for like uh, uh, telling them, teaching them, or making them aware about a recent tech and stuff, also about different companies and interview practices. And yeah, like all of these things drove me towards learning more and more and getting towards this field.
Hello, Jathan. I'm Parikshit.
Hello. Yeah,
Hello.
yeah, but
Yeah. I have this question. You have done many internships. Like you have worked as a machine learning intern and a machine learning algorithm intern, among other things. Tell us about the influence these internships had on your career.
Yeah. So doing personal projects at your home and going to internships and working for some clients or outsourcing products or projects for some clients is a totally different experience. For example, whenever we are working on a home project or whenever we are working on something that's personal to us, trying our capabilities or the learnings, so we don't really focus upon the end user. at that point of time we don't really focus upon yeah okay, how this user might be benefiting, or how like is our product or is our project satisfying the use case, like edge cases. If for example, if a user wants I want to fit a visual system or a computer vision system in my factory or some kind of a room or some kind of an office, and this should kind of satisfy these particular things. So yeah, it's easy to build the system sitting at home, but it's very difficult to suit that particular system that you built at your home in his particular office. So internships bridge this gap of taking your projects to industries. That's what is the best part about interning somewhere. So talking about my internships at different companies or startups, they definitely did not help me in my pay scale, or they definitely don't really support you in terms of payment or all of those things, but they definitely support you in terms of bridging this gap, like taking you from your home comfort to the comfort that's to the place where you're not really that comfortable and you have to suit their needs. And to suit their needs, you have to really expand the knowledge. You have to really work upon the small things that you like you have to suit to their environment. You have to suit to what their demand is. You have to suit to their priorities. You have to suit to their business. So this is what the benefits of doing an internship comes. So I would highly recommend everyone to like go for internship projects after you are done with some field, or you're done with learning something. You want to explore more, you want to put more of your hands on that particular thing, go for internships. And trust me, don't really bother about payment in your second and third year, like itna milna chahiye and itna hona chahiye and all, because didn't really bother about these things. Whenever I was feeling I'm growing, I definitely joined that place.
Jathan, I found one of your internships very interesting. It was the one in NTU, Singapore.
Yeah.
It was on medical record classification using AI, is what
Yeah.
I remember. Could
Yeah.
you tell
Yeah.
us how you got an internship in Singapore when you were, I think you're studying still in JS?
Yeah. So this was very astonishing for me as well. Uh, uh, like the case was normally we are having. I would like to extend this to all the students as well. Normally we are having internships like abroad internships for many people. For the bachelors, for masters, many people can apply for abroad internships. And the main thing that we are having, the main exposure that we get here is you get to talk to faculties, you get to talk to professional PhD faculties and interact with them and read their content. There's some private content that they're having, and they definitely share all the things when you are an intern under them. This is the best benefit that you get. The second thing is I would like to tell about how to get these internships. Now, according to what I know, normally these internships are in summers mostly. There are very less chances of getting research internships during winters. So during you can target internships during summer, and maybe you have to make yourself ready by December or Jan, maybe December Jan. Currently, there are many research. Like I'm having a list. I'll definitely forward it to Sagar. We're having many research internships by NTU as well. NTU is having its deadline on 31st December this year for the next cohort. There are universities like New York University, Carnegie Mellon University. It's by CERN as well. It's by Geneva, like some college in Geneva as well. It's by HN, RWTH, HN in Germany. It's by many other colleges. I am not remembering all of them, but yeah. So talking about research internships, get yourself ready by December, maximum by November. Uh, get your cover letters ready by November. Get your resume ready by November. Get almost everything. I'll include the list. You can include your cover letter. You have to include your resume. You have to include your letter of recommendation. These are the three top things, and this transcript as well. Yeah, these are the four top things that you need for some research project. Keep them ready, and you're having a ton of research opportunities during December Jan. You can apply during December Jan and wait for the results maybe by March April, and you're ready to go to that particular place or virtual depending upon their availability or their knowledge. And it usually starts by May or June, maybe June for maximum colleges. So getting a research internship was definitely beneficial for me, and all of these folks definitely, this NTU's program was more kind of dedicated towards Indian students due to their partnership with Prime Minister and educational affairs. But other universities that I talked about is not limited to India. It's a global at a global stretch, and you can definitely give a shot to all such things. You might find a GitHub repo as well by many people who have posted the links for research internships, and many are paid, many are unpaid. But again, paid unpaid is not much of a concern if you get to learn a lot of things. So they are definitely a good go for anyone who is interested to work upon some project with some university, or they want to extend their finding towards that project.
Hey, Jathan,
Yeah,
like generally students will be facing the placements and the placements related examinations by the end of third year. Everything gets started by then. So
right.
what placements, like what strategies, what preparation strategies do you recommend, or what you have experienced, what you have endured during your engineering period, would you suggest for the students?
Okay, so talking about placements, I did not really sit in my placement group because I was not having such jobs or such roles coming out. But yeah, if you're having your personal favorite roles, you can see the placement records from the previous years, and if you're having your personal favorite companies as well, and your personal favorite roles, the role that you're targeting, you definitely have to sit in your placement cell and you have to complete all the procedures. For placement, see, generally you need to get started by the end of third year, and you need to get your hands dirty on dynamic programming, on competitive programming, on solving dynamic problems, on solving greedy problems as well, on solving on getting your hands on data structures and basically making them strong, because we have naturally like we have naturally forgot many of those things after we like ended up, or after we got done with it during our first year, maybe first year or second year. So get your hands good on those things, because those definitely constitute the first and the second round for any good company. The second part is see and research on the roles that you want. Currently, we don't really have only software engineering, because at that point of time, like in the past year or like 2 years back, we generally had more of software engineering roles. Like most of the companies came and took software engineers. But now the scene is they hire for hybrid roles. Yeah, it's true that software engineering is very common, and it's definitely very precedented for every company currently as well. But yeah, it's not that common that it used to be 2 years back. So there are many roles related to cloud, there are many roles related to consulting, there are many roles related to product management, project management. There is a hype that product or project managers can't get associate roles or newbie roles straight away from BTech colleges, but no, that's not at all true. Many people who define themselves, who define their journey in terms of building their products, or they like take a holistic approach while they're building a project. They involve a group, they like collectively build up something from the customer's endpoint, they build something from a very wide approach. They can definitely go for get a shot at project management or product management, and it is a field that people like pursue go and pursue an MBA from heavy colleges, or from the very famous colleges. So now we are having this cut short, and we are having companies coming. Companies don't really come for placements, but yeah, you are having online opportunities. You can go and give a shot to applying for these roles as well. You're having support engineering roles, the role that I am currently into. You're having uh, kind of advisory roles in companies. So the plethora is increasing and increasing and increasing. You're not really limited to software engineering if you see the current scenario. Talking about practices, just really concentrate upon what kind of role do you want, rather what kind of. Okay, so this is something debatable. You don't really need to like you can't really ignore company. You can't really ignore the companies. You definitely have to go to the companies whose product suits you. Like for example, if someone is really passionate and is really cool about using Azure or who really likes using Teams and passionate about Microsoft products, so they can really give a shot to Microsoft. So it's about passion, the passion that you can have for some company, and that really matters during interviews. You might be thinking that just the programming and all of those things matter, but your end rounds are just pure about passion. The thing or the time that you can give to that company, the, the knowledge or the like the prosper you are for that particular company, or the engaging you the engagement you are showing for that particular company is what really matters in the end rounds, that are real with the managers or directors at the high end. So I would focus upon building an holistic approach for everyone while you're interviewing or while you're practicing for it, and like focus upon every section of interviews and like get started early. Maybe whenever you are in the mid of your third year or maybe end of your third year, get started for interview practices, because once you miss out for this, it's really difficult to get into companies after you graduate. So yeah.
I'll be asking the next question. So, Jatin, many students, even in our college, are quite interested in AI and machine learning. Do you have any courses or any YouTube channel or anything to follow to get better at it? Because I don't think so. We have that great of AI or ML classes in college.
Okay. Yeah. Definitely, it was the same for me as well. We are not having any sort of courses for this particular domain. Yeah. Okay. So now we are having it. But at my time when I graduated or when I started my second year, we were not having such courses in my college as well. So see, the main thing is you need to keep on exploring. For the people who are not currently on LinkedIn, I would request everyone to make your accounts on LinkedIn and start networking with people. That's the first thing. The second thing is, while you're networking, let them know about your craziness for something or your passion for something. Whenever you're talking with some recruiter or whenever you're talking with some senior from some company, let them know about. Don't just straight away send hi, how are you and all. Just send them something with your purpose. The third thing is about AI. We are having a lot of content online. The thing is just you have to find it out. That's just one pain that you need to take, but we are having a lot of courses by the community, by the profound researchers, and by many other professors at big universities, by companies as well. Nowadays you're having courses from Google, Microsoft, and maybe IBM as well on Coursera and EDX. You are having many sort of courses, like EDX consists of many university courses, whereas Coursera focuses on company grade courses. Other sites like Udemy is having some affordable courses. Udacity is a bit more of charges when considering courses, but they're definitely having many professional the content is highly professional. But yeah, again, the costing is a bit more, so maybe you can consider according to what you can afford. Uh, Talking about dedicated links, I might not be having some links. I will have to find useful links for beginners and intermediate people. I will definitely send them across. But talking about courses, just go to Coursera, EDX, Udemy, Udacity. Start reading blogs. Blogs is a way to get good at new things. Normally, people write blogs. Good people write blogs from the uh, things that they recently learned. For example, there are many of my friends who learn something and straight away go and write a blog for that. You don't really find a courses for each single thing, but you can find a blog for many things that we don't really have courses for. So go and read blogs as well. And for blog, I don't think I have to tell, but towards data science and analytics vidya, both of these sites, and maybe for ML we are having maybe Pi Image Search. I don't really remember his founder, but yeah, we are having Pi Image Search, that is maybe from USA, from a creator from USA. And yeah, these three are very amazing for blog and reports that they publish. They are having very highly experienced creators. On Medium, it's open for everyone, but on Analytics Vidya, we are having very profound people writing their blogs, and just follow good people and blogs that you really can benefit from. And definitely comment and get engaged in the comments as well to like kind of help other people as well if they are having some difficulties reproducing the code that is present in the blog. So learning is very wide, like you have to take a very wide approach because everything won't be provided from college, right? It's not really possible. So consider blogs, consider courses from these 4 to 5 sites, consider reading articles as well, consider going to Twitter and LinkedIn for good knowledge about different shows or campaigns that are coming. LinkedIn and Twitter are basically a one-shot solution where you can get to where you can know about different new upcomings by different companies or by different creators. So definitely get your hands to everything out there, and you won't miss any of the things if you are taking this approach.
Jathan?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like you were recruited among the top 50 out of 20,000 people who had applied for Microsoft. And
Yeah.
what it actually takes to be there, like what effort.
It was uh, initially you need that passion as I talked about. Your resume, initially the recruiters don't really know you personally. So the thing that outshines you is your resume. It can definitely be apart from the different people, and for MNCs, this is definitely a thing that only 1 to 2% of the resumes get shortlisted and they move ahead in the further interview process. So try to come to that particular 1 2% by giving you can also come to me. I'll definitely review a couple of resumes. I You can definitely approach me on LinkedIn for your resume review. But according to me, resume is the very first thing that you need to make sure it's excellent from your end. The second thing is only highlight the things that are unique to you. Don't really put all the content and fill up your resume to 2 3 pages, and it's very difficult for some recruiter or some hiring team to like look upon multiple pages. They only require some unique stuff about you because they also know ये project क्या कर सकता है और वो project क्या कर सकता है, right? They only want to know what unique thing that what was unique that you put up into that particular project, or what was your effort into that particular or some particular internship or some particular project. Don't really describe entire stuff into your resume. Just tell about what did you do in that particular cohort or in that particular course or project or anything that you're doing. The second point is definitely highlight your achievements and extracurricular activities in your resume. That really keeps you apart from the other audience. Selecting in 50 was not that easy. That was definitely after some rounds. But if I talk about the initial resume round, there were only maybe 100 120 people who got selected. So maybe if I'm not wrong about the statistics, there were maybe 15,500 people who had applied, and out of that selecting 120 150 people from their resumes, only from their resumes and from a test a link that they gave, is a very difficult thing, right? So you might be knowing where you need to stand to get selected. So resume and the very first round, if any company has it, is the thing that you need to make sure you perform very good, you give your best at to get through the rounds. And it is a thing that once 100 120 people were selected, 50 got onboarded and maybe 45 got onboarded, and going then and there after you get selected, working hard is definitely gets into your mind, but selecting into the first cohort is the thing that's the difficult of every part of this. So try to work hard upon your resume and make yourself kind of some uh, put up things that make you unique rather than putting all the common things that we are having.
And you were an off-campus recruit too. So did that
Yeah.
take extra efforts?
Definitely. See, on campus, the recruiters, not every company, but normally recruiters are having a boundary that you have to take around 3 to 4 people from this college. Like they see the previous records as well, the previous years, and they definitely have a fixed set of range that okay, we'll take these many people. It definitely varies that they might be taking two of them from four, or they might be taking 6 or 8 of them, depending upon what's the criteria or what's their bag of what's their size of the bag. But yeah, whenever we consider companies coming to the campus for hiring people, they definitely get to choose people from the 100, 150, 200, maximum 500 if we consider VIT, SRM, and those kind of colleges having a lot of people. At that In that case, we are having a lot of people, like more than 1,000 people in computer engineering. But normally in colleges, in my college, there were around 240 to 20 people. So companies get to interview or get to know about these 240 people itself. So, and they don't really get diversified about the knowledge that we are having, because they are just choosing from that cohort. Talking about online placements, we have to really focus upon online applying things online and taking an online opportunity, because as far as I have got to know, many companies are now really focusing upon taking or hiring people online. After going to the first year colleges, they really now focus upon hiring people online, because the talent, the diversity that they get in the people, taking people from all parts of India, taking the feelings, taking the emotions of the people from all parts of India, taking the different problems that they have been through while their engineering journey, is really fascinating companies. And obviously it will, because it is a very great approach that coming out, and it definitely requires a lot of efforts by the people as well, and it definitely is a good news for second and third tier colleges. And it is people come online, and companies come online, and they are increasing yearly, even half yearly, they are increasing, keep on increasing, they keep on increasing their hiring through their career portals online. So definitely don't miss any opportunity that you are getting online as well, and give a shot.
Okay, we'll open the floor for questions from other participants for this webinar, so that if they have any questions, we can ask those. You can either unmute yourself, or you can just drop your questions in the chat box, whatever you're comfortable with. So, oh yeah, so Jathan, I had this question, like,
Yeah.
so did you know about the Microsoft hiring drive because you were an intern before, or is it like announced on LinkedIn every now and then? Do you check LinkedIn for that, or do you get a email because you are a intern?
For me, getting a job was directly related to my internship. I
Okay.
got straight away got an offer from there. But talking about, if you are very unknown to such things, just keep a couple of recruiters in your connection or in your network, so that many recruiters definitely, if, even if they don't put it up, they really co-post the post. Maybe they retweet, as we say in Twitter, they retweet the tweet, so they repost the things posted by some other recruiters, and keep in contact with a couple of recruiters on LinkedIn, so that you are not like unaware of the opportunities. You are aware of the opportunities every now and then. And this third year and fourth year is the time that you need to get like that you need to know about different opportunities, and this is the time that you need to connect with more people and get to know about what companies are hiring, what roles are there in the market, and what kind of thing fascinates you more towards that particular role. So yeah, you have to be in contact, not really in personal contact, but yeah, you have to be in the network that's present online to get to know about the opportunities. And definitely go every week, twice or once or twice every week, go to the portal for every company that you wish to apply for, and see their opportunities, and see their updates, and yeah, like you have to be informed about all of these things, because it's very difficult keeping yourself away from the internet, and like kind of knowing the opportunities from college itself. It's very difficult, and it's not really possible. Go to LinkedIn, go to connect with recruiters, go into the network, follow them. You will definitely not miss much opportunities, and make it a habit to go to online portals, and see what all their postings or what all their hirings are and what all they are releasing, and try to have a look and set reminders for these things.
Your internship in Microsoft, like you narrowed it down to just AI. Was that the reason why you were so successful with your internships, and then let it be the NTU one, then the Microsoft, and then getting into a support engineer job in Microsoft? Was it because you were able to focus down on that one thing, or was there something else? Like, were there other options for you, or just one, machine learning and AI? Was it your sole focus?
Yeah, so focus is really that we need to focus upon, right? So definitely keep one best thing from you from your toolbox, and keep one superpower that you're having whenever you are going for some jobs, or whenever you are getting graduated from some college, because your superpower will make you shine into getting some role or getting something. Keep yourself updated in your superpower. Yeah, have knowledge about everything. It's not that I have not developed websites, I have not worked on front end or back end, or I have not worked upon cloud tech, or I have not worked upon such things. But stay really focused upon what fascinates you more, rather than going for everything. Like ये भी करना है वो भी करना है, taking 10 12 things on your hands, and like doing everything that's available in computer science. Don't really focus on this approach. Rather take an approach where you have your superpower, and engage your superpower into different projects, and try to engage that particular thing into various sorts of projects for different use cases, for different user groups, for different customers, or for different communities. So stick really to one particular thing. Definitely try different things. It is a thing कि हमको पता नहीं, कभी कभी पता चलता है कि यार इससे अच्छा तो ये भी था. We would have practiced this as well. But don't really be open with everything. कि ये भी करना है. Okay, so be open. This was a wrong sentence that I took. Be open to everything, but don't really go everywhere and run everywhere to like learn everything. Focus upon one thing, practice all sorts of things in between, but focus upon one thing.
There is this question from audience. Any other courses other than web or Android development that are popular and not much known to second year students? Like there are existing courses and students are not much aware about it since the AI is the new kind of department which is being implemented.
Um, Not really sure about the see. There are a lot of courses that are coming. There are a lot of boot camps on YouTube that now many creators are trying to share their content and share their findings and learnings with people. There are a lot of channels on YouTube. Maybe Code with Harry, Kunal's channel, and maybe a couple of more channels for JavaScript and Android as well. There are a lot of things, but the thing is you have to find them out, right? Not really sure about some popular things that are not known, or maybe you are unknown for that. But you can really explore it on, like, you're just away from one Google or one Bing search, and you can go and definitely find out what all is there. Try to filter the things according to your need, and try to find them out from blogs as well. You can see blogs as well for courses, to find out courses. But yeah, this is the case that normally courses are like AI courses are much into existence currently, because uh, it's not that we are not having courses from other domains, but the thing is the field is expanding a lot due to the want, due to the crazy want for this field. And so due to the want, वो बोलते हैं ना कि मार्केट में डिमांड होगी तभी तो सप्लाई बढ़ेगा. So the thing is, we are having a lot of demand for AI in the community, in all the colleges, by all students. So the thing is, much courses on that end are getting released and getting developed. But yeah, we are definitely having a lot of things in computer science in the entire community. You have to really find them. You have to really take the pain to find them out. I'm not really aware about some popular stuff, but I'll share it across if I find any. And don't really focus upon first year, second year, third year. Year is just a barrier to your mind or the things that you're thinking. Just go for something if you're understanding it. Year is definitely not the thing here. Just go to learn anything that you want.
and like Jathan is an expert and is like kind of very passionate about computer vision also. Like if you have any questions regarding computer vision, you can ask him. He's good
There
with
is a question in
AI
chat
also, like
box.
most of the artificial intelligence tech.
Is artificial intelligence really growing in leaps and bounds in India? What's the current scope of it in India?
See, currently, many small startups or many companies want users, right? Every company before starting it up, they like really focus and work upon their target market. They see what their product fulfills, what like before even designing their products, they really go into what's the need by the customers, what's the hope that customers are having upon the startups that are coming out, or they really see or get in-depth knowledge about what the current market is. Talking about AI, definitely AI is having a lot of scope in India because there are many startups. Talking about, let's talk about Zomato, let's talk about Swiggy, let's talk about Book My Show, let's talk about Paytm, let's talk about any other cred, or let's talk about anything. Uber is not in India, but any startup or anything that's rising here is definitely their entire base or their entire foundation is dependent upon AI. Take it any company, and that's just to improve the user experience. If companies are really focusing upon user experience and fulfilling the edge cases, trying to cover up a more user base than they are already having. They're trying to every company is trying to expand their user base. To expand the user base, you have to fulfill their needs. To fulfill their needs, you have to provide a better experience, right? You have to take everything into consideration, take the demands into consideration, and roll the features accordingly. So AI is definitely the solution to problems where we are having huge data. We are having huge data repositories and data stores by these MNCs, and they really use that particular data warehouses for their findings, for the future predictions, for their analysis stuff, for every department, for every user boundary, for every user case, and for everything. So definitely it is in scope, and it's going to increase like hell in the coming 5-10 years. So it's a very good choice if you are starting with AI.
I have a question now, based on the previous question. So, I have passion in data science and data analysis. Will AI make those fields redundant? Will it die down because AI can do those jobs, or will it still go on?
See, this is what I got to know कि अगर 10,000 jobs बंद होती है ना, so 15,000 jobs arise. On the other hand, you just need to upgrade yourself. Talking about my domain, I am in certain set of products. I am in Azure ML. Azure ML can train models automatically without writing code. You just need to provide or construct a pipeline, and you get your model ready. This was not the case maybe 3-4 years back. Data scientists and researchers built their own models. Currently, not really easy, but simple models are built by AI itself. The thing that is arised after 3-4 years is more and more stuff with images, with natural language, with things that were not really known 3-4 years before. Like Microsoft currently partnered with Nvidia or maybe some other company as well along with that, and it built a model maybe consisting of, if I'm not wrong, it's about 5 trillion parameters or maybe 500 billion parameters. So this is not, or maybe, yeah, it is 500 billion parameters. It's not really that easy to train such huge models, right? So this is all possible due to the things, or the like things that we have already achieved in the past. So definitely a couple of jobs can like close, a particular segment from a job can close, but we can't really say okay, this would entirely close, or this would entirely open, or this would end it up or end the way soon. You definitely need to upgrade yourself. Talking about data analysis and data role of a data science, cleaning, you should really be passionate about cleaning the data and getting something out of the data that ML is currently not at all doing it well. and definitely you need to focus upon more kind of cleaning the data rather using it ahead. So data cleaning is a must for any analysis, for any analyst or a data scientist or a data engineer. So definitely none of the jobs would entirely close, but yeah, some segments can close due to the automation that we're experiencing, and you will have to upgrade yourself for that. And people are closing it, so people might be opening other things as well.
Jatin, what was your experience at IIM Ahmedabad?
Yeah. So IIM Ahmedabad was one of the greatest experiences. I've not really ended up there. Currently researching with a professor there as well. So it was a very great experience where we are working on where we were working on different projects from NLP domain itself. And the experience, the I will explain you the application. The application is simply searching for different professors. You are not having something dedicated for that. You have to kind of go to IIM portal and search for professors and see what kind of domain suits you the most, and see what kind of challenges are you ready to take, what kind of things that you are ready to do in your internship. Straight away see what the professor is doing, what he or she is currently into, see the current work as well as the past work, and personalize the cover letter for that particular professor, and mail them saying about with the cover letter saying you are really
Yes,
interested
Jatin.
in working with them.
Yeah.
And maybe definitely, like, see, one thing is professors receive more than 5 to 10 mails daily,
Yeah.
so it's very difficult to like stand yourself apart. Many good professors receive more than 20, 15, 20 emails daily.
Okay.
So many of the mails they really ignore due to lack of interest
Time
into
constraint.
that particular guy. So you really need to take their attention out in the previous 2 3 minutes that they read your mail, and give it a short saying hello respected sir or ma'am or something, and keep your subject line as wanted to work under you or wanted to work with you, passionate about working with you or something, and they will definitely see the mail and
Yeah.
let you know if they are okay to work with you. You definitely have to give one or two interviews before getting into them, before getting to work with them, or yeah. So yeah, give a shot. It's really, the experience is really amazing.
And Jatin, which professor you're working under in IIM Ahmedabad?
I won't be able to tell that.
Okay,
No.
I'm sorry. Okay, it's
Yeah, yeah.
confidential,
No
right?
worries, no worries.
I know a
Nah,
few
yeah, yeah.
professors there. I know Bora sir from marketing. I know
Okay,
I know the finance sir over there and madam also from strategy. So I
okay,
attended
okay.
one session there.
All right, all right, all right, all right.
So I know
Okay.
from some
I'm
professors.
sorry, I'm not able to tell it here
Yeah, yeah, it's
due to
okay.
some
So it's
commitments. Yeah,
confidential
yeah,
because you're working on some
yeah.
government data also.
Not really government, but yeah, there are a lot of data sets, and
Cool.
like everything is signed and confidential. Yeah.
And you can also apply in Indian Institute of Sciences, right? It's a great
Yes,
institute
yes,
over there.
yes,
Nice,
definitely,
Bangalore.
definitely. Yeah,
IITs,
definitely. People can consider
IIMs.
applying. IITs and IIMs are definitely for great research opportunities, for great research work. Like you won't be really getting computer vision or such kind of things in IIM. You can, but it's very difficult. For some NLP projects, for language projects, or for things that can relate with marketing, advertisements, for customer experiences, for such kind of things, that particular domain you can go for IAMs. But if you want to really go into cybersecurity, or you want to go into algorithms, you want to go into computer vision or such things, you definitely can consider IESCs, robotics, IESCs, and IITs.
Nice, Jatin.
Yeah.
Is any questions from the chat window? So you can ask your questions. Anyone?
The audience is pretty silent. Maybe. Uh,
Yes,
Come on, guys. Come on, guys.
I
Ask,
think
ask.
we have discussed a lot
I'm
of
open
things.
to. Yeah, definitely. I'm open to anything, that any stupid silly question, anything. Don't really be afraid of asking
Go ahead,
anything.
guys. Put all your questions in the chat window, or you can also unmute yourself. Unmute and ask him. Not interested in chatting. So one more thing is like Jatin was our founding guest of LNS Hack organization. Like he was a part of our first hackathon that we organized. You remember Jatin?
Yes, definitely. I remember it.
You were working for Microsoft. I guess it was 1 month since you joined. 1 or 2 months.
Yeah, currently maybe that time it was the internship part. Currently it's a full-time part, and
Congrats on that,
uh,
Jatin.
yeah.
So any questions? We'll wind up the session. Cool. No questions. So one more thing, like I have to share a few things with you. Do follow Jathan Chawla on LinkedIn. Thank you, Jathan.
Yeah,
He has made his time. Like he has a very busy schedule. Like he came for us. Like he always loves interacting with students. So you can also like ping him on his LinkedIn. Like if you have any questions,
definitely.
research. You can also show your research to him if you are into AI and ML.
Yes, definitely. Reach out to me for anything, any resume review or any opportunity or anything, any query or any kind of advice that you want. I would be happy to answer that and connect with everyone.
Thanks a
And
lot,
thank you
Jathan.
so much, guys. Thank you so much, guys, for having me as well. I forgot to say it, but yeah, thank you so much.
Jatin. Jatin
Yes,
spoke
yeah,
of his internships and how, despite coming from a tier 3 college, he was able to make it to the Microsoft. He said about the current status of AI and how well we have to be prepared for the future placements and stuffs. He did add more on passion, which is prior to hard work. Thank you again for having your time on a busy schedule. Thank you.
yeah. Thank you so much, guys, for having me, and all the very best to everyone. And hope to connect with everyone. And good luck. Yeah. So,
Thank you.
bye bye. Yeah,
Bye,
Thank you,
Jathan.
Jyoti.
Thanks a lot.
yeah. Bye bye.
So, guys, now we'll be having a break of 1 hour.
Before the break, 1 second, like please register
Okay.
for this event. Like it is free of cost. You can also share it to your friends. I'll just put it in the chat window. Please make sure that you use the coupon code as shown in the, just take the screenshot of it. You just send the link in the chat window. Make sure you register now itself. You just need to log in and use my coupon code. It will be on their official application only. So it's a very good thing. Like he'll be discussing about what are the alternatives. He himself is a 99 percentile in VA section, multiple 99 percentile. And yeah, let's start slideshow. That's it. Make sure you register, guys. It's a free event, and you can also call your friends into it. Please share it in your classroom also, in your WhatsApp groups. Goodbye. Take care. Join us back again after 1 hour.
The meeting will again resume 2 o'clock. So we expect you to be there. So we'll meet again at 2.
Guys, please check the WhatsApp group. Like we'll be sending swags within 10 minutes. ಪರೀಕ್ಷಿತ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಶಶಾಂಕ್ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಹಂಗೆ ಇರ್ರಿ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಡೋಂಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸಿಟ್. Okay, one of you just stay in the meeting, keep it
Okay.
online.
Yeah,
Can
we
you do
both
that?
are here.
Can you do that?
Yeah, like
Because
just get on the call. I'm making a voice call right now.
Okay. So don't leave the meeting, you both. Just be online, mute yourself, and you can join at 2 o'clock.
So
Okay, guys, I hope all are in. Like, just ping your friends to join. Like, who all have registered, just ping them to join. 23. Okay, all are sleeping. Oh my god. Okay, guys, we'll start with so many people only, and nothing can be done.
Hi guys, welcome to Geeks for Geeks. My name is Radhika and Hi guys, welcome to Geeks for Geeks. My name is Radhika and it's festive season in India, so happy puja to all of you. I hope you all are staying safe and staying at home. So let's get started with today's topic, which is how to begin with competitive coding. Now, one of the real benefits of competitive coding comes with when you start solving problems on your own. When you are given a real world problem that needs to be solved in the best possible way, you start thinking. This increases your analytical thinking capabilities and also improves your logic building. Another thing is you start to analyze your solution time wise, right? Because when we learn data structures and algorithms, we do not pay much attention on the time complexity part of it. But when we are solving problems in competitive coding and contests and everything, we have to absolutely have to take care of our time, because otherwise our program will not get accepted. So you start thinking optimally, right? Also, practicing competitive programming gives you confidence as well as familiarity with the type of questions they ask in coding interviews. Now, as we are clear that why do we want to start competitive programming, let's get into the video. Step one will be choose your programming language. It can be anything: C, C++, Java, JavaScript, Python. Choose any language that you like. People generally prefer C++ or Java because it's faster than other languages, but there's no constraint. You can choose absolutely any language that you are comfortable in. Another thing I would like to suggest here is do not invest a lot of time in learning a programming language. I mean, whatever is basic, whatever is important to start coding is obviously necessary. You have to learn how to take input, how to print, how to like about basic libraries, about if you're learning C++, then about STLs, and if you're learning Java, then about big integers or collection frameworks. That is important, but do not invest a lot of time in going deep into the language, because that you will eventually learn when you are learning coding, and when you practically learn it, then that's more effective than when you theoretically understand things, right? So do not invest a lot of time in learning, in taking courses of languages, right? Step two would be to pick your platform and start practicing. So there are a lot of platforms available online to practice on, like there is Hacker Rank, Hacker Earth, Lead Code, Geeks for Geeks, Code Forces, Code Chef, and many more platforms. So don't get confused, because I will suggest you one thing, then your seniors will tell you one thing, and then your friends are practicing on other platform. So do not get confused. I believe this is a very personal process, and you have to find for yourself that what platform is best for you. Pick your platform. This is trial and error method. Whatever platform suits for you, start with that. Step three, and this is the most important step, you have to start practicing. You have picked your language, you have chosen the platform that you want to practice in. So start practicing. You start with easy level questions and gradually increase your difficulty level. Now initially you will get stuck, guys. Do not get disheartened by that. Do not leave coding because you're getting stuck at every problem. For me, I will tell you, I used to get stuck at every problem for around 2 to 3 weeks, and after that I actually started to solve questions on my own. So I would suggest you to spend some time to solve the question, and if you're not able to, then feel free to go to, there are editorials, there are discussions in almost every platform, or there is Google. Go and look for solutions, try to understand that, and then make sure that you implement that by yourself. Do not just leave by understanding the solution. Implement that solution that you have learned by yourself, right? Now with practicing problems simultaneously, you have to learn DS and algorithms, because almost every problem requires concepts of DS and algorithms. So simultaneously keep learning that, and you will also get to apply that. You will get questions where you need to apply all those concepts that you have learned. Now when you are confident, when you have done certain level of questions, and you feel confident from within that yes, you have improved, then you should start taking part in contests. There are various contests that keeps happening across various platforms. Start participating in those. That will help you increase your confidence more, and also will give you a way to test your skills, right? So I used to code in C++, and that's where I thought of this principle of CPP, which is consistency, patience, and proceed. So you have to be very much consistent, because I said you will face a lot of problems, and you will feel like to not continue with this because you're not able to, but you have to be consistent, and for that you have to be patient. Give yourself time, be very patient, because you will take time to learn, be reach a point where you're able to actually solve problems without taking help. So be patient, wait for that time, give practice a lot till then. Now the third P is proceed. So what do I mean by proceed? This means that you have to keep coming out of your comfort zone and try new topics, right? For example, say you have done a lot of questions from arrays, and you are very much comfortable in it. You are able to solve almost every problem that you pick. So what do you want to do? You want to be able to tell yourself that, oh yes, I know how to code, right? So you just feel happy in that zone. But do not do this. Come out of your comfort zone. If you're not comfortable, if you're now comfortable with arrays, go to linked list, go to trees, go to graphs. Always challenge yourself and keep trying new things. Do not get stuck at one place. Proceed. Next are some important points that you should keep in mind while practicing competitive coding. So the first one is take care of constraints. So there are certain constraints which are specified with your problem statement. Take care of that so that you can decide on which algorithm to use and what time complexity will work for your program best, so that you don't have to come again and again and change your code. If you don't take care of that, you might run into problems, errors like time limit exceeded, or something like that. So take care of that. Next point is always take inputs and outputs in formats specified, because even a single extra line can cause your program to fail. So take care of that. Next thing is, always try to think beyond the test cases that they have provided, because the sample test cases that they give, they are actually very simple. So they will get passed, but you will get stuck when you submit the code. So always try to think of tricky test cases and also edge cases, so that will help you reduce your coding time. These are the things that you should keep in mind initially before starting to code. So that's it for this video. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope this video motivated you to kickstart your competitive coding journey. Also, let us know in the comment section below if you know about any other platforms that are helpful for beginners. So that is how we learn from each other. I will be back with another video very soon. Till then, bye bye. Happy coding.
Guys, do follow Geeks for Geeks on their YouTube channel so that you get to know a lot of things. They keep providing such content. So they're also our event sponsors for today. So guys, did you see your swag pack? Like, do you have any questions from your swag pack? Like how it has to be used? You have been provided with GitHub swag pack also, that you need to submit your college ID card for that. So submit your college ID card. You will also be getting a domain registration along with other benefits. Okay. So let's get started with competitive programming now. Okay, guys, do you know about CodeChef compiler? So you can open it on your. It is called as CodeChef compiler, CodeChef ID. Online editor. Can someone open this? Yeah, you can do it simultaneously. You can watch this on your mobile phone and do it on your laptop. So if you're using Linux, just follow this video by Ericto. So he's a champion in competitive programming, worldwide champion. So this installation, the major part of competitive programming is how do you install your setup environment. So whenever you're doing competitive programming, it is always advisable to have your own environment, like in the way that is suitable for you. So it is different from person to person. Like for me, I use Sublime personally. So you can also set up your own Sublime text editor. So this is how it has been. You can find it on YouTube. His name is Ericto. So he's using it on Linux. So for Windows also it is different for Windows. Like you can set up for Windows like this. Like there is Sublime text editor in my case. So this is how my input output works. So here I do write my code, and here I'm passing my input test cases. So I find my output here over here. So I've divided it, like it looks similar to my competitive programming environment. So I've been given a kind of, I'll just show you how my questions are given. So competitive programming, you can't achieve it in one day. Like, you need to do it for multiple days together. Okay. Yeah. So basically, you will be running your programming over here. Like you'll be typing your code here. So you'll be giving input files, or like that's called as custom input. Like you can tick here. So you it is dependent on the problem. Like for some cases, you just need to test them with your own custom inputs, or else it will be there. Like the inbuilt test case will be given there by the employer or by the contest creator. One second. Yeah, it has been put up in the chat window, the CodeChef ID. So that can be used for online editor. It is called as an online editor, but it is always advisable to have an offline editor also. I'll just give you a list of YouTube channels that you need to follow on a regular basis to become a champ in programming. One second. So you can follow these YouTube channels. Like one is Geeks for Geeks Practice. The other is Riddhi Datta, Scalar Academy. This Coding Ninjas is also good. Like you, for projects, you can go with Edureka. Edureka as your YouTube platform. One second. I'll just show. Yeah, here are my subscriptions. You can just take a screenshot of that, like whatever I've subscribed. Like Abdul Bari is this is the YouTube channel that is good for data structures and algorithms. So Aditya Verma is good for his programming skills, and Akshay Seni is known for JavaScript. So Arsh Goel is for his placements, and algorithms is on your CS algorithms. So yeah, Clemento is the #1 programmer as of now worldwide. He's also the founder of Algo Experts. You might have seen the advertisement on YouTube. So he's the best guy for you, you guys to subscribe and learn from him. Like whatever video is posting every day, just keep watching and like learning, like how he has set up his environment. I'll just show you in the playlist. He has his videos about Algo Expert and how he has taught there. This is the famous advertisement, right? So he is basically not from a computer science background. He's from some other background, but still he is able to achieve so much. And this guy is also good, like take you forward. He's a competitive programmer, like Raj Striver. He also worked for GFG in the past. Like you can also follow him, take you forward. So yeah, I'll be showing few more. Just take some screenshots, guys. We'll be diving into the code after this. Okay, you can follow Love Barber and all these guys. Like what is his name? Aman Dachrawal and all these. There is this guy called as Ericto. Like most of them don't follow him. He's some finalist of Code Jam and all. Like he puts up really cool videos on programming and what all resources he's following. He's the best competitive programmer across the globe. Like now, how will you all be using your lead code? I'll just show you lead code platform. Competitive programming is difficult to get started with. You need to start with HackerRank in the beginning and then go with Geeks for Geeks and lead code. So here in lead code, you have data structure wise. The questions will be according to your data structures. Like you can first you have to learn theory whenever you're solving questions. Learn theory about like what data structure you're solving. Suppose here you have company wise also the tags, like Google is asking 1000 questions. There are 1000 questions on Amazon coding questions. Like most of them ask the same questions. Like if you're able to solve at least 10% of lead code, you can crack the interviews. So there are arrays, the questions on arrays. So you have to learn first what is an array on YouTube and then solve questions on arrays. So I'll teach you how the whole compiler works in arrays. Yeah. So there are questions rated on difficulty level, right? You can observe that the two sum question is very easy and the acceptance rate, like how many people have solved it, how many percentage of people attempted have solved it, right? So you have easy medium questions, like how to check the answer. Suppose I am stuck in a problem, how to check the answer. Like my friends ask me like how to check the answer if I'm unable to solve. So I'll just teach you how you can. So it is actually a paid version, but still you can make use of it. You can go to discussions, the best time to buy and sell a stock. So this is a hard question basically. If you couldn't find the answer, like you can go in the discussion panel and check out who has solved it in the least probable time. Like there's something called as time complexity and space complexity that you'll be learning in your DS algo. So you need to check out for which is having the best possible solution. It should be with very less time. Should be done in a very little time. So your time is also a constraint in competitive programming. Suppose you're using more of while loops, then you'll get time limit errors, TLE. So there are various approaches shown in the discussion panel. So you can view the what are the approaches done by other programmers and what language they are using. It is not necessary that you have to know how to code. At least learn, practice it. It's just like math. The more you practice is the more you're going to be an expert in it. Like in our college, the last is we have one 5-star coder, I guess, and another my friend is a 4-star coder. Like he's from computer science. Both are from CSE. So this guy's YouTube channel is the best to follow for competitive programming, Eric To. So there are some playlists on dynamic programming. How he's going to use dynamic programming in solving the competitive programming questions. Okay. Do check out all the playlists of Eric To. How he's using binary search tree. How he's using how is able to solve this 30-day challenge and ace in the leaderboard. He has also won many Google Code Jams, like not first prize, but he has got second prize and all. Still, he keeps his content for free of cost on YouTube, whereas other programmers are like paid. So you can also follow this guy. He's the best in system design. So you need your system design in your software development. Like it is by Gaurav Sen. He's very popular guy. Like most of them follow his YouTube channel for system design interviews. At least you need to know low-level system design when you're going into a software development job. If you're an architect, it's a must. If you're a software architect, it's a must to learn system design. So yeah, these are some channels that you need to follow. He's also one of the best programmers. Like he has solved some questions. Like I'll be telling what are the platforms that you need to go. Like firstly go and practice things on lead code and geeks for geeks for the next 6 months, and then you can dive into something called as code forces. Something called as code forces and code chef that you need to practice for competitive programming. It's loading it. Yeah, so here there are multiple contests. You just need to register for this, and you can also win cash prize, such things like you can also win around like the cash prize is huge, like it is around 50 lakhs and all. So it's great that if you're able to win such contests. So basically, if you have a 4-star or 5-star, you will be directly recruited in most of the companies. That shows that you are practicing regularly. So you have multiple calendars here, like you have calendars and what contests are happening across the globe. So in the calendar, you are shown like what events are happening at what time. So during that time, you have to participate in the contest and try winning it. There are also some lecture series, like how they are programming. These are especially the Russian people. They are highly intellectual in programming and ethical hacking. So you can use lead code and GFG simultaneously. Like lead code you can use for practicing, but you can use GFG for reference in the beginning stage. I'll just show you how to do that. Go in Geeks for Geeks, and you have to get started by solving arrays, strings. Then you have to go improve your data structures. Like there is a list in data structures. Yeah. No, there is a list of data structures. Like you have to first sit in the interview preparation. Like in Geeks for Geeks, you also have must-do interview questions. Like you have to practice these whenever you're going for an interview. Just make sure you're solving them. Must do topic-wise also and company-wise also. So these are questions asked. Like suppose you're going for Cisco interview tomorrow. What you need to do? You just need to go through the experiences and what are the coding questions particularly asked in that particular company. So you need to also see the experiences, what people have been asked in the past. So there are experiences also on Geeks for Geeks. So practice them. So what are the questions asked by Adobe, Microsoft, Amazon? All these are there. These are the must-do questions. Okay. So the same question might repeat. Luckily, like if you're lucky enough, I've seen people cracking even Walmart and big companies like that with only Geeks for Geeks. But it's not possible in every case. Like so in algorithms, like you have to practice with multiple algorithms. What are the sorting algorithms, searching algorithms that are very important in your competitive program. And also dynamic programming questions will be asked in most of the bigger companies. Like if you have to crack Goldman Sachs and such companies, you need to know what is dynamic programming. Yeah, I'll just show you. But here also there is a forum for competitive programming on Geeks for Geeks. So for beginners, I do prefer Geeks for Geeks and Lead Code instead of diving straightly into Code Forces. So Code Forces you can eventually pick up and explore. Code Force and Code Chef is highly difficult, like not for beginners. So there is a contest called as ICPC. Have someone heard about it? ICPC regionals. It is a programming contest that happens Like if you're able to ace in that with regular practice, you'll be getting direct job offers. It is a kind of hackathon, like you can sit together and solve it, like the regional levels, it will be having some levels. So you can observe that he's using a old compiler, but still he's able to code faster with his logic application. So it is not the kind of normal coding that you're going to do here. Here you're using vectors to reduce the time complexity. Like normal coding would be like hash include string.h, and you'll be declaring variables, you'll be taking arrays. But here he has used vectors instead of arrays, so that it makes his time, it saves his time for typing all the things. Right, this is how is making use of the vectors. Like this is how is inputting things. So every competitive programming has its own template. Like it is already pre-saved. Like as soon as you open your compiler, you will have your own template. My God. Is it a contest? So firstly, does someone know what is like arrays data structures and algorithm, so that I can solve the questions in chat window? Put it in the chat window. Like, do you know data structures and algorithms? So if you don't know data structures and algorithms, it's of no use. Like I keep coding, you will not know what I'm coding. Yeah, there's something in chat window. Yeah, Hemashri, you're from which year, Hemashri? So you're from which year? Third year, okay. So only for one. How many know data structure? How many are from third year? Just put them. Like if you know DSA, like we can give some problems. Do you know DSA, or we have to go with DSA again? Put it in the chat window if you know DSA. Like yeah, DSA. I know DSA, or I don't know DSA. Like most of them are from second years, right? Okay, you don't know DSA. You don't know what is linked layers. You don't know what is. So these are basic questions that you need to solve. Firstly, like just do you problem type full problems, right? You can choose them with the topic wise also. Topic tags are there here. Like there are more tags. I'll show you all the tags out here. Like there are questions on arrays, mathematical, strings, dynamic programming, trees. So for each concept, you need to learn concept behind for competitive programming. Like for arrays, you need to learn like you need to learn what is an array, how do you take inputs, how do you give an output, what is tree, what is dynamic programming, stacks, queues. You just need to learn what is hashing and sorting techniques. This is an algorithm, searching algorithms that you would have learned. Your binary search, your merge sort, all these things. So you have some greedy algorithms also, like you have matrix, C++. These C++ based questions are very easy, which you can do as of now. There is something called a standard template library, which you need to learn in order to do competitive programming. Standard template library, it basically makes use of vectors. It is a kind of template that is handy in competitive programming. This is must for competitive programmers, STL. So he heaps and all these questions, like he is a data structure. Do you know linked list? Okay, guys, I don't want to bore you with all these things. Okay, I'll just tell you what has to be done next. If you don't know, it's okay, fine. You can learn. Like, I'll just teach you from scratch how you have to schedule a timetable for it. So there is a material given by IIT, Triple IT Kottayam that I did prefer for my friends. Second. So can I give some basic questions that you can solve on this compiler so that you can share your screen to me? Can someone share your screen? Just do this question. Do this question. I'll give you one question that like use like it's just like a brainstorm kind of question. Can you reverse a string? Could you reverse a string? Like suppose my name is Sagar. Can you make it RAGAS? By taking my input should be Sagar and my output should be the reverse of my string. So suppose I'm entering anyone's name and it has to reverse the string. It's a basic coding question that can anyone solve it? Like, yeah, give a try and share your screen. Can anyone do that? Okay, leave it. Okay, I'll just tell you what roadmap you have to follow. So basically, what they do in IITs and triple IITs is like they have them in their syllabus only. How competitive programming is in every triple IT, it is sure that every student is doing competitive programming regularly. They have it as part of the curriculum. See here, like second, yeah. Now I'll make you. I'll make it interesting for all of you. Okay, guys, is my screen visible? So you need to have a CGPA of 7 or higher, like, and you need to have mastery on data structures and algorithms in C, C++, mastery over C, C++ programming languages basically. And then you need to solve questions around 3000 data structures and algorithm problems using C and C++. This is more than enough for college level. Like coding achievements can be like in ASM ICPC awards and hackathon. The coding ranking is very important, like 6-star coder. Like they have it as a part of their curriculum, most of the colleges, so they're able to get good placement. You have heard about 1 crore placement and all that in the IITs. Like they do have minimum of 4 certification, that is NPTEL, Coursera, Udemy, such things, and they publish 1 research paper at least with for all the students. So minimum 2 to 3 relevant internships they do, like paid, because company has to pay these students. and that such internships would have of great value. And they also prefer to have highly impressive LinkedIn profile and one-page impressive resume, as I've shown you how it can be done. And they get a pre-placement offer. That is, after doing their internship, the company will convert them to full-time. So basically, what questions you have to, like, if someone is asking what questions that we have to solve in order to, yeah. Here in semester 1, they're teaching C, C++, HTML, CSS, all these things. In second semester, they're teaching all these with Python. And in first semester only, they are teaching them data structures related to arrays, strings, structures, stacks, queues. These are in first year, first semester they're teaching with small project and with one certification. Then in second semester, they're teaching Java, PHP along with the data structures one plus some around 600 to 4,000 data structure problems, and a small project, one certification, summer internships. They do internships from the second year. So by the time you come fourth year, you'll be getting a PPO. So data structures 3, they're also having the software development project. You have to use your GitHub effectively. Uploading all your projects into GitHub. GitHub is also reviewed when you sit for SD internships. And there are coding competitions and hackathons that are compulsory for those students. So these are the must coding questions that you need to do. The must data structures, arrays, strings, structures, stacks, queues through C++. And then you have there's something called data structure 1, like it includes like linked list, all these concepts. And data structures 2 is like it includes heaps, graphs, trees and all these things. So on each and every concept, they're solving so many questions. And they're getting a PPO at the end of their 6th semester. This is how you need to plan your study from now onwards. So you can take a screenshot. I'll just minimize this. So you opened your compilers, all of you. Let's dive with some problems. Just take some screenshot of this. Yeah. Cool, guys. I've made it boring for you guys, but it'll be of great help. Like if you're able to follow this whole routine, solving so many questions on every concept. Like solve such questions that don't solve very hard questions. Like it should be 30% easy, the rest 40% medium questions that you need to solve, 70%, and the next 30% you just put it for your hackathons and all those things. Don't go with hard questions. Even if you want to get in Google, it doesn't ask you hard questions. They ask easy medium level. On lead code, it is easy medium level. You have tags on lead code, like I'll just teach you. So you have tags in lead code, like which concept does this question belong to? Like does it belong to trees? Does it belong to heaps? Or does it belong to linked list? Or what data structure does it belong to? Did someone do the coding which I have given? Did someone do the coding question which I've given? You can share your screen, guys, if you've done. Then you can share your screen. I'm happy to see. Okay, you'll be getting goodies also. Like do participate today. We have a coding contest by Geeks for Geeks, our team from SIT, and in collaboration with IEEE Photonics. I'm really thankful to Rutvik and his team for giving us an opportunity to host with them. So can anyone, if you have any questions, you can ask me. Chaitra, Deepti, Gagana, Rachana, Bharat Gowda, Meghna, Ramya Hedji, Ananya Bijain, Shivani team. Anyone? Any questions? Yes, you can ask your questions. Unmute yourself and ask. Because I'm from the same college. You don't need to be afraid of me. I thought of, I planned like, okay, easy method to pass at least 5 test cases. Very good question, actually. This is a very good question. Like what my friends do is they give C out, whatever test cases are given in the, like the output, they just do that. And some have qualified the test also. So that is an intellectual way of doing it. But it will not work out in good companies. You can only reach up to 6 lakh with that technique. Easy method to pass at least 5 test cases. The thing is, you need to think to solve at least like you need to think about the edge cases. That is most importantly, like what would be the constraint and all these things. Easy method to pass at least 5 test cases. With easy method, like how do you get through big companies? It's very difficult. Okay, let's take a break. I'll be telling about university shortlisting after this. Do you want me to do some hands-on coding? Like, can you open your compilers? Can all of you share your screens? But I can give you some problems and you can solve them on your compilers. It's good, actually. Please do that. Share your screen at least. You know, they can teach you some code, some basic codes on arrays or something like that. Do you know about arrays, right? It is arrays, you know, definitely. First year maybe there. Please share your screens with CodeChef IDE. I want you to, you know, experience programming. How would you solve? I want you to do a competitive programming question today. Like what header files we are using over here. Guys, please open this compiler that I've sent quickly. Like there is another guest joining us from SIT only. He's our senior who's working for Hewlett and Packard. Just open this link and share your screens so that I can teach some basic problem, at least, like how to pass test cases, you know, basically. Is nobody interested in competitive programming? Please share your screens here. Open the ID on your laptop and share your screen at least. It's okay. I'll just take a screenshot of this. I'm closing it. So this is at, I'll just share this link also. Just download it, like and go to page number, the last few pages. 107. It is the last page of this data. Okay, let's do like two sum problem on lead code. So first you need to understand what is the question. Like given an array of integers, nums and an integer target, returns the indices of two numbers such that they add up to the target. So what did you understand? Can someone tell me what is this question about? Can someone explain? So this is a given template of how we are going to solve this question. Class solution. Public vector int of two sum, vector int of and nums, int target. Hello? Can someone explain the question at least? At least explain the question so that I can, proceed. I'll just share my screen. 1 second. Okay. Yeah. Are you able to see my screen, guys? Yeah. Okay. Okay, guys. Can someone explain me what is this question all about? What is this question about? It'd be great, like hearing from you. It is nice to hear from students. Yeah. Can you read out the question? Can someone read out it for me? So they have given some constraints over here. They've also given the algorithm. What like complexity does it has? Like the follow-up question that it should have O of n square time complexity less than that of O of n square time complexity. That is O of n. O of n square less than that is O of n, right? Third year guys. Okay, at least open this question on your LinkedIn, on your lead code profile. Let us try solving it. Like I'll help you in doing that. I'll help you in understanding the question. So I'll just explain you what is this question. Okay. How many of them know Kannada? ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ಲೇನಾ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ? ಓಕೆ, ನೋಡು, ಒಂದು ಅರೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಮಗೆ, ರೈಟ್? they've given an array with name as nums, okay, and an integer with target ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ is basically sum ಅಂತ ಅದ್ರ ಅರ್ಥ. sum is equal to 9 ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ. ಸೊ ನನಗೆ ಯಾವ ಎರಡು ನಂಬರ್ ಆ್ಯಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ಈ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಬರಬೇಕು, ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಸೊ ಯು ಅಸ್ಯೂಮ್ ದಟ್ ಇದು 0th ಇಂಡೆಕ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ, 2 ಅನ್ನೋ ನಂಬರ್ 0th ಇಂಡೆಕ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ, ಅಂಡ್ 7 ಅನ್ನೋ ನಂಬರು 1 ಅನ್ನೋ ಇಂಡೆಕ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಆಡ್ 0th ಇಂಡೆಕ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂಡೆಕ್ಸ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಗೆಟ್ ದ ಸಮ್ ಆಸ್ 9. ಸೊ ನಾನು 0 ಮತ್ತೆ 1 ಅನ್ನ ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್. ಹೌ ಮೆನಿ ಆಫ್ ದಮ್ ಗಾಟ್ ಇಟ್? ಪುಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇನ್ ಚಾಟ್ ವಿಂಡೋ. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ? ಓಕೆ, ಕೂಲ್. So this is how you're going to do it. Like, so you all are going to do it with me today. Oh, so nice. Yeah, I got so many done symbols with Kannada. Yeah, Kannada worked out. Yeah. ಅದು ಓಕೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಹುಡುಗರು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು. ನೈಸ್. ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ವಾ ಹೌ ಇಟ್ ಹಸ್ ಬಿನ್ ಡನ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಯಾ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿಲ್ವಾ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ ದ ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಗೋ ಇನ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸಿ ಹೌ ಅಂಡ್ ವಾಟ್ ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್ ದರ್ ಯೂಸಿಂಗ್ ಬ್ರೂಟ್ ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್ ಅಂತ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಓಕೆ ಬ್ರೂಟ್ ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಮೆಥಡ್ ಇದು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ನಾನು ಈಗ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಆಪ್ಟಿಮೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಆಯ್ತಾ just put up the solution for this. Okay, just watch out. Optimal solution ಅಂತ ಇರುತ್ತೆ brute force solution ಅಂತ ಇರುತ್ತೆ brute force solution is at first attempt like what you're going to get, that is called as a brute force approach, like, and then you will be optimizing it for your edge cases. Okay, I'll just share it. Okay, just watch out guys when like just save them today, all of these whatever we're sending you. Just go through the solution, like you will know what it is. Okay, let's start with university shortlisting guys. From 3:30 I hope some senior is joining. So I'll just give you a break of 2 minutes and let's start. Just rest down for a while. Your eyes might be tired. Okay guys, like we are back. So let's discuss about university shortlisting and how universities, how you have to apply for your foreign universities. How you're basically what structure are you going to follow doing that. Okay. It's okay. I bored you a lot with competitive programming, right? Thought I could have made you, code the questions. Well, it's good actually. Did all of you receive your swags? Make sure you go through each one of link. It is very important. Like you click on each link and see what is there. Like take some time. And for the event, the foreign university one-on-one event, you can speak to like foreign universities based on a CGPA. Like basically, I've given you a form right yesterday to fill by QS. There was a form given by QS Masters. You will basically fill up your details in that and send it to them when they ask. So please register for this event that is happening. Around 150 universities are coming. You can meet the admission council one-on-one. Even if you're in first year, you can meet them. Like how we can get into the university after studying in SIT Tumkur. Like if you're planning for next after 2 years or 3 years also, you can speak with them. It is free of cost. You can also share it to your friends. So we have collaborated with them. So they also do give worldwide rankings. US is a worldwide brand that provides ranking for universities across the globe. So you also register for the CAT workshop. It will start at 5 o'clock today. So it will be a great workshop. He himself a 99 percentiler multiple times in VARC section. So QS went by me. Like I'll be telling you what all things you need to consider while applying for universities abroad. So this is the guide that you need to follow, given by QS. I'm not prepared my own like complete guide for applying masters. One second. Yeah. So when you apply for the one-on-one counseling, you'll be getting such guide also for you. Like if you're pursuing a postgraduate degree, it's a big decision. So it's great. Like there are multiple universities across the globe. It depends on your so your performance in your previous grades, previous classes, and all these things. So there are multiple types of degrees. One is online, the other is offline program. Like people do think that online programs are of not much worth, but yeah, it is worthy if you do from a good university. Even online programs are having of more weightage nowadays. You can see the IIT Madras AI course also. Even in India, they've started it. You basically what you need to do is you need to identify your career path and check what qualifications are required for joining the career path, and then you need to do a lot of research in whatever university you're getting into. Like you need to match your CGPA, your whatever rank score you've got in your GRE, GMAT, or TOEFL. What are the requirements for that university? What is the ranking of the university? That's the most important thing. Now, whenever you're going in other countries, there might be fraudulent chances, like whether the university is recognized officially or no. So you just need to verify all these kind of things when you're applying for universities abroad. So you have to choose your destination, like according to your budget and like so. So if you have a good CGPA, maybe you can still make it to US. So if you don't have a good CGPA, still if you have better scores in the entrance exams, still you can make it into best universities. So and you need to learn more about university and speak to people from those universities. Then you have to start applying. There are part-time degrees also available. Like, just go through what are the pros and cons of it. Okay, I forgot sharing some things with you. You can use Grammarly. It's a very good thing for like a correction. So every campus abroad is providing videos of their own. Like how does the infrastructure look like, and what is the quality of education? What is the placement ratio? What is the return of investment? And all these things you need to consider. This is a very famous Harvard Business School. So this is the number 1 B school. Okay, guys, you can watch them on YouTube. Like there are so many videos available on every university. Like you can also listen from their experiences. What I strongly believe is you need to contact the alumni personally rather checking them on YouTube. Like it might be a marketing strategy also. So it's better to speak with them personally whenever you are applying for any university. And also check out the university ranking. There are some good schools in for business. There are some good schools in Paris also. For business, you need to consider triple accreditation, something called triple accreditation, which is really grateful. Like people would choose Germany for MS from India and France for their MBA. It's almost known as like the business hub. You can also choose with options in UK. UK is also good for its 1-year MBA program, whereas the US has 2-year MBA programs. I'll just be sharing you how you have to search the university rankings. Like go with QS rankings. It's one of the best rankings. So our college also is ranked in QS. Like in India, they provide ranking as diamond, gold, and platinum, silver, like that. So our college comes under the diamond category by QS. But in international ranking, they have given as numbers like 1, 2, 3. So you just check in every program what is the ranking. So if you're trying to do MS in computer science, just check the QS ranking of that particular course. Like where is it good? So if you're doing in data analytics or something like data science, you just need to check for that. You just need to see past 3 years ranking because it needs to be consistent also, the ranks. So any questions about this? Yeah, in Germany it's compulsory to learn German. Every European country you need to learn their own language. It is not like Karnataka. We don't learn Kannada, but still you get job. That's why they call them developed countries. So we also should do the same thing. It is necessary. Yeah. Learning a language is not a big difficulty. You can do a 15-day course and still learn a language. You can watch some few good French movies and learn like French, right? It's not a big issue. Learning language is not a big barrier. If it is made compulsory, everyone would learn it, right? Is it a difficulty? No. Like it's good also to learn multiple languages. Only in India
Sagar,
chalta hai. Yeah.
I have a question. Like
Yeah,
you're
Gauri.
telling about the universities, but like
Yeah.
can you give some information about exams that should be taken up?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to discuss. Like exams. Yeah. So
And like
requirements is
can you
different
tell us
from.
like band level or the entry level that we must have to get into the particular universities, like top universities, and even like
Yes, ma'am.
what are the
If you get a
syllabus?
GMAT, if you get a 700 GMAT score, you get a 700 GMAT
Like
score out of
even
800.
with that exam, you tell which and all countries we can enter with that particular exam.
Okay. Now, if you're considering IELTS, it is for UK. If you're considering TOEFL, it is for US countries, right? For all the European countries, except IELTS, the English standard test. So firstly, you need to take English standard test as an Indian, like what all are doing as Asians. We all need to take these tests. Like even Singapore is very good. Like Singapore has standard of education quality and also living standard is very good there. So you can also choose Singapore. Like there is TU in Singapore, which is very good. Technological University. And there is also another university in Singapore. There are two good universities there. And there is ESSEC also, ESSEC Business School. ESSEC is very good. ESSEC is basically in France, but it has also its campuses in France and all across. Like it is also in Singapore. That is one of the finest schools. So go with business school rankings and what band like every school has its own. Like I'll show you one thing. Like HEC Paris, I can give you an example. So there's a school called as HEC Paris, which is one of the finest in the world. Like after this is the cheapest MBA that you can afford and the best quality. Its MBA value is equivalent to that of Stanford at a lower cost in Paris. So it is number one B school in European country. Like so, most of the professors are from Harvard or Stanford here. So it's all about your. I have seen people even having backlogs getting into such universities with their higher, score in GRE GMAT. Because European countries, they don't see. In the US, it matters. Like if you have backlogs in the US, it's a big problem. Whereas here, it's not a big problem in European countries. They only see your score, test scores, like about programs. Okay. I can show you what are the academic programs here. So you have master's program or MBA program. I'll just show you how does it look like. For suppose I'm applying for MBA, what are the requirements over here? Unique programs. There are unique programs. There's called as MBA. There's executive MBA. There is some global executive MBA. So I'm applying for normal MBA, that is full time. So it requires a work experience of 2 to 10 years. He's asking it. So without which he will not allow you inside. So the cost, he's giving the cost also. This is just the tuition fee. And staying expenses in France, you'll need to Google them, like how much would it cost. According to my knowledge, now people are preferring European countries because of the stay back permissions also. Like they're providing us with 3 years option. Whereas in the US, if you do management course within 1 year, you have to come back home. If you don't find a job, you're in loss. You put 1 crore and like your 1 crore is wasted. So it's preferable for MBA, go to European countries, and for masters, it is preferable to go to US or Australia. See, depends on university all across. Like there are good universities in every country. In India also there are good universities like the IITs, the IIMs, and also top engineering college like in ours in state. All the state top engineering colleges are good enough. So you can download a brochure also. Like they are given. What are the student profiles? That's what she asked, right? What is the average GMAT score they would have given here? They have people from 60 nationalities, tuition fee. So 290 per class, like student, number of students. So intakes they have in September and also in January. It is a 16-month MBA program. So admissions. Let's see what is the class profile. There's something called as a class profile that. So what are the requirements? Like you need like to have requirements like statement of purpose and letter of recommendation. So what purpose you're going there? So not like India, like you write entrance and get your seat. Like what is your purpose? Are you really into it? Like you're passionate or you're just going for the sake of it? They will verify everything. Not like in India, like the system is completely different over there. Like, so GRE GMAT, what score do you need? Like they have given exams. You can either take GRE or GMAT, and you can either take TOEFL or IELTS. Both are accepted. But the cutoffs would vary from one to other thing, and you would also have find scholarships. There is something called as IFL scholar there for mature students. So they do have deadlines. They do have webinars also. You can go. Most of the university they conduct webinars for students across the globe. You can have one-on-one discussions. So it's always advisable in MBA to go with triple accreditation. AMBA, AACSB, and EQUIS accreditation in any business school. Preparation strategy for those exams. It is different from exam to exam. What is the pattern of exam first? You need to know, and what you need to focus on. See, it is most of the time aptitude and English part in GRE and GMAT also. It's aptitude basically. How do you think? How fast you're in? It's basically practices the code. So they've given some application checklist, what you need to complete application form, complete essays. Essay is very important thing, like why you're getting there. You need to give some essay about yourself, like tell about yourself, such essays. So you need to give a current professional resume in English, and given some things, whatever, your admit card in GMAT, GRE, the scorecard. and your university transcripts also from your previous university, such things. So any questions? Quickly. Yeah, we're getting late and another guest is waiting. So you can book your one-on-one meetings. I'll just share the link in the WhatsApp group. Just book it today only, so that they'll send you a schedule like tomorrow and after tomorrow. Tomorrow is for masters in Bengaluru QS event. More than 150 universities are coming. Like HEC Paris also is coming. So you need to have good CGPA for that, around 9.5, I guess. 9 or 9.5. I don't know, but it's one of the most competitive of these schools. In master's program, suppose I'm going into research, it is also very good option. Like US is a very good option in research. There is Carnegie Mellon, all these. There are some of the finest research universities. Getting into MIT, Stanford is very difficult and also expensive. But there are public universities that are really research oriented and do good quality of research. And we all know that like Indians are really good with their STEM contribution to the US economy. You can find that around 70% of NASA is filled with Indians and Chinese. Yeah. Any questions, guys? So you can ask GREG Matt any questions. So the whole thing depends on your profile, guys. Now, what is your CGPA? Everything matters a lot. Your test scores matters a lot. Your research papers also, and your internships also matter a lot. Your resume overall. You'll be interviewed with the professors sometimes, like to get an admit. Like just go with QS ranking in every program. Just go with QS rankings. Like you can find for QS in masters in management, QS in engineering management, QS ranking for data science. Now data science is in boom. Like people are towards that, right? There are around 3 million data science jobs like across the globe. So there are rankings. Like every year they do give rankings in every program, which is better. Go with the rankings and so you need to ace in tests also, your entrance exam, or either you need to have good CGPA. If you have both, you can get into competitive schools like Stanford and all this. You can, like, if you are able to afford it. So yeah. Any questions, guys? So you have one-on-one event, like just try to attend, all of you. Just interact with most of the universities around. You each one will be getting to meet around 6 universities for 25 minutes. So I'll just share the link in the chat window. So it is in your swag pack, I guess. Open your swag pack, I'll tell you. It is in the second page of your swag pack. There are two links. One is for masters and other is for MBA. You can schedule meeting. They will basically call you after registering. It is free of cost. You don't need to pay even 1 rupee. Just discuss whatever things you are interested into. You can choose your internship program if you're interested in masters in management or masters in a particular field of interest, like computer science, example, or chemical engineering, biotechnology. So your college projects are also of major importance there. What is your final year project? All that questions will be asked. So any questions? Turn on your mic and you can speak. No questions? Chat window is not filled. Ritvik?
Yes, Sagar.
Yeah, you can take over.
Yeah, okay. So our alumni are here. So one is Karthik Anna, who is the founder of IEEE Photonics in Comsoc, and also Aditya, who is founder of IEEE Photonics in Comsoc as well. So let's welcome them. So hi Anna, Karthik Anna, and Aditya. And also Sushin Anna is also here. He's been working in HP. Hi, hi.
Hey Rutik. Hi all.
Karthik Anna, so like many of us want to get placed in core companies. So we don't want to get into IT companies. So what are the guidance from your side? Like what can be the procedures we need to follow, and what were you prepared for?
Okay. Well, hi guys. It's a long session from the morning. It seems like you are in this call. Okay. How many of you are interested in to get your career in a core domain, EC core domain? Okay. I didn't see any chat coming up.
Team, let's start off with everyone turning on your videos. I request all the team members and also the attendees to start by turning on your videos. Okay, let's make this session much more interactive. I know it's been a long session and probably you are bored right now and you are like, Vitra Sakapa. But I promise we'll be taking another 30 minutes or something before we wind up, okay? So start by turning on your videos and then we can have an interactive session where you can actually ask your doubts. Cool? Yeah, go ahead, Kat.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. I can see Shivraj and Chaitra interested in pursuing their career in the core domain. So yeah. Okay. There's nothing much you need to learn apart from your academics, because like in the long session you have experts from Microsoft, and I didn't see the I don't remember the actual who and all were present. Sorry for that, but yeah. 1 minute.
Okay.
Sorry for the disturbance. Yeah. Well, I would say whatever you have studied in your second year, starting from your first course, analog electronic circuits, till what you will study till your 7th semester or 8th semester will be considered. Okay, for your placements wise, yeah, till 6th semester, whatever you learn will matters a lot. That to analog MOS circuit design or analog electronic circuits, digital electronic circuits, communication, that will help you a lot. Analog communication, digital communication, that you need to cope up, or you need to be good with that. Anyone I don't want to because if I start speaking about it, it will take more than an hour for me to explain what and all things you need to learn. So instead of that, I will pick questions from your side. Like if you have any questions, we can talk about that instead of I talking and you keeping your mobile or your laptop at some end and wandering.
Come on, guys. Any questions regarding core companies? Chaitra and Shivraj, since you are interested, go ahead and ask a few questions like what core companies are there? What would our college be expecting? What is the package you get and stuff like that?
As we know, in core companies, like the package compared to IT will be much low. So can we expect a higher package in future?
I won't say yes for the first part of your question, that people will get less package or less CTC compared to an IT service, or in people who are in IT company. I would say you will get equal opportunities and equal amount of package or CTC, whatever you will get in this domain as well. That depends again on your skills. Yeah, some IT service companies will pay you less, that too in SIT, whichever companies come. But apart from that, if you look into the, because we don't know, right? The thing is, we don't know what are the company expectations. We don't learn those things. They expect, we only know what digital electronics, we know analog electronics. We expect them to take us in, like whoever goes to a software field, he'll learn C++. Again, the object oriented part of it, he'll learn Python again. He'll learn DSA, because he knows that he needs to learn all these things to get placed in a good company. But in the similar way, a core guide, because we don't have many seniors who can help us in to know, like, okay, I need these things to be learned, or this part of the course will be helpful for me in that way. But I would definitely say, if you look into the either Glassdoor or even Geeks for Geeks, what is the average package or average salary of an individual who is working as an VLSI engineer or an ASIC design engineer, you will be really shocked. Okay, IT service companies are paying me so less, and yeah, these are paying me more. I won't quote the numbers here. Yeah, but you will get far more or far better package than in an IT service. But to prepare for that, you need to start with your analog electronics or digital electronics, which most of the second years would have start preparing for their first test, which is coming on 20th. Apart from that, yeah, start from it, and then VLSI is a subject which is a vast subject, which you can't learn that in one semester. Usually they keep it in one semester itself. Maybe if you have an opportunity, you might learn both analog and digital VLSI in 2 semesters, but that's not at all enough. Start looking into the YouTube courses which are related to the same. Start learning things from different blogs. Yeah, that will help you in getting a good package and in a good company in the core domain.
And like if we are trying for a core company, am I audible?
And now you are audible.
Yeah, like if I'm willing to get placed in a core company, so should I be focusing on completely on VLSI or analog like electronic circuits things, or like should I simultaneously work on programming part too as well?
Yeah, definitely you should know one language, either C or C++, a basic programming, because you will be working with circuits and stuffs there. You will be working with layouts, but you need to know the scripting part as well. Like, I would say, like, we need a circuit, or we need yeah, I will take one example. We are designing an inverter here. uh, we need two MOSFETs, an NMOS and PMOS. Sorry if I'm going in detail, but yeah, we need specific wires for signal interconnect. We need specific wires for ground and VSS or VDD. So if you that you can do that manually, but when you need to do a big circuit, a big chip level design, and you will be having thousands of inverters there, so you can't go and connect each and every wire like how you connect in an LT Spice or any other tool, Microwind or any other tool. So what you need to do is you need to write a script where first I'll take two MOSFETs, then I'll connect the wires, then I'll give specific inputs, whether that is a switched or something. So in that way, you need to learn scripting. I'm telling in very basic manner just to correlate that with your second years. But yeah, scripting level will be based on your Python scripting and Tickle and Perl scripting, which will be in an higher end where you have specific tools for it. You work in that tool and yeah, get designed with the chip or a block which you are working on.
Thank you, Anna.
Okay.
So Aditya, and I have a question for you too. So like we know that you are placed in ZS, which is like basically a management company. So how do we need to prepare for that? Like, what can you share me your experience?
Yeah, sure. So ZS Associates is one of the dream companies that come to SIT. Okay, so like if you're planning to go for higher packages, then in SIT we usually have dream companies and super dream companies, and ZS is one of those. Okay, and ZS is more like a management consulting firm where instead of management you'll be focusing more on the consulting part. Okay, so it's where like clients come to you with their problems and you will be solving it, right? So ZS focuses more on people who have problem solving skills, like people who can listen to a person's problem and give them the exact solutions. And at SIT, they mainly come for two roles, which is the BTA and BOA, that is business technical side and business operations side. Okay. If you're opting for a business operations role, then you don't need to worry about learning coding or stuff. Okay. And if at any point of time, if you are not confident in your coding skills, you can go and like go for the business operation role. They don't ask you coding. They test you on different case studies, a few guesstimate questions, a few riddles, so that they just need to understand that under extreme situations, under stress also, you are able to analyze a problem and solve it accordingly. Okay. So for me, like I went through a process which took around 7 days to complete. I had lots of rounds. I had like the riddle round, I had the video interview round, I had another two interview rounds, and I had a behavior round, I had a case study round. So it's a lengthy process that we had. And in all of these processes, it's more like people focus on if you can answer for a riddle. So they just used to ask you basic riddles or basic puzzles that you ask your friends each day, right? So they just ask you those questions and they will see if you are able to solve it. Even if you're not able to solve it, they just go on giving you hints so that you can just like understand that hint and provide a solution, right? So ZS focuses more on people who can answer well to a question if they are provided hints or not, just around problem solving. And if you're going for the business technical route, then they'll be testing you on your coding skills, where like you need to be fluent more with Python and SQL. So in ZS, we use elements like we use SQL Workbench, we use AWS Athena. Those are a few tools that we use. And since people in the BT role, they'll be building applications, you need to know scripting language, that is Python, right? Like it's pretty easy. Like each and every company that comes to SIT, right? Since you people might be into that phase right now where you are attending jobs or you're going through like attending interviews and all. Right now, you will be feeling that all of these processes are tough. All of these procedures, we are not getting into companies. Already, we have gone to 10 to 15 interviews, we are not got selected. So you might start feeling that it's tough. You might start feeling that I'm not lucky enough. In placements, luck plays a huge role. Or people who weren't fit for that company, they got placed and I'm not getting placed, right? So this happens. We have gone through this phase also. But the best part of placement, like after placement is, after you have got placed into a company, you just understand that the process which you went through is actually pretty easy, right? So you just need to understand what the company is expecting from you. For me in ZS Associates, I knew that the company was expecting me to be a problem solver. So I edited my resume so that my problem solving skills is shown to them. And even in the interview, I talked in such a way that people would only ask me, certain riddles and wouldn't touch my weak spots. So it's just that you need to understand how you need to take control of the interview rather than allowing the interviewer to take control of you. So that's how ZS works. It's mainly about problem solving.
Since Aditya mentioned about dream company, I would say, Shivraj, in core as well, you will get similar dream companies to SIT. So it's on your hand whether to like to work on it and to get in the similar job, or I don't say software jobs are bad, or even they will pay you more. The thing is, like you will learn this electronics and communication or telecommunication or instrumentation and electrical for 4 years, and you do something else. That is not bad, but these 4 years you learn these things and you leave it there itself. At least try to carry it for at least 1 or 2 years later. You might do an MTech or a MBA, and then there is a different path later. But try to be, I would say, for all the people who are from electronics background, try to be in this domain. I know all of you won't get a job in this domain itself, that is for sure, but you can be that one person who can get a job in this domain, because you learn this thing for 4 years. Don't leave it.
Brother, one more question. Like, how is the company called as Microchip? Have you heard about Microchip?
Yeah.
How is it? It's a
Okay,
core company.
Microchip hires for both software engineer as well as for people who work in electronics domain, as either as a VLSI or an ASIC engineer, maybe in the verification field as
My
well.
friend, like from SIT, he was the only one who got selected yesterday. So he has a very good package. It's 10 base.
Yeah.
So I asked him, like, he has very good core knowledge. Like he can design any complex VLSI circuits. Like, so
Okay.
got to that.
Yeah. I would say company wise, that they are giving good package as you said. But yeah, if he is like, I don't talk about companies because one thing, even I'm because the thing is, I don't know much about that company in specific, but overall, if you consider like 2 to 3 years of job at any place as a fresher, you work, uh, you will expect, or you will get more than a software engineer who is working in this domain from past 10 years, because every like whatever you speak at the end, you will come to that only one path where how much you earn at the end of the day. So to answer that question, I would say a VLSI engineer or an ASIC engineer will earn 10 times more, or earn whatever in 2 to 3 years, the whatever the software guy earns in 10 years.
Yeah, Sagar. Talking about microchip company, right? It's a really good company. Like if you ask my opinion on it, that company had to be a super dream company instead of a dream company. Okay, since you mentioned that he has got a package of like around 10 or something, that company is worth much more. Like any person who had attended the interview, if the role, like if the package hadn't been defined earlier, he could have negotiated for around 15 to 18 of a package, because it's a leading semiconductor company, right? Like all the companies we have got placed under, it has employees or connections of around like 2,000, members, or around like 10,000 members. That's the amount that our companies hold. That's how much big our companies are. Whereas Microchip, it has around 125,000 members, right? And it has like a consumer base all over the world. So it focuses mainly on this core parts like building the semiconductors, transistors, and focusing on this chip design, which we had been taught in our initial days at college. So the friend, like the friend whom you said, right, who has got a place, like he has gone to a really good place. Yeah, he has gone to a really good place. Just uh, if you want to pass on a suggestion to him, just ask him to like hold on in to the place, because since it's a pretty huge
The
company,
base is only
having
10. It's a good package. The base is
yeah,
10. Very good.
yeah, So since it's a pretty huge company and they're given such a big package, they'll be having tons of expectations from him. Just ask him to hold on. Already the code people in code domain, they'll be having certain pressure on them. Just
Okay.
ask him to hold on, and after 1 year or so, he'll be worth much more since he's in a super dream company.
Yes, brother.
Okay. So as many of our participants are from second years, so where do you think they should start from? Like they're still second years and still they doesn't know about placement much. So it may be personality development or it might be technical. So what do you think is the first step? Like where should they start from?
So first thing I'll suggest for you second years is that start by enjoying your life at college. Okay, it's not like just because you are in second year you need to start working on your placements. You need to like bring up your CGPA high and all those stuff. Start by enjoying your life at college. Join groups. Like contribute to team activities. Go on treks with your friends. Start off with bunking classes and all of those things. Um, it's just because like in the interview, right? So it doesn't matter how much you prepare for an interview, doesn't matter how much technical skills you gain, doesn't matter how much communication skills you gain, but in the interview a person doesn't like immediately judge you by the answers you're giving. He judges you by the story you have, the story of your life that you have, right? So initially they ask you a question, tell me about yourself. So that is the one point where you get to impress your recruiter. If a person asks me to tell me about myself, I have like I can speak up to 1 hour to 1.5 hours about myself. That's how much I have enjoyed my life, and I can go on speaking. So first thing for you juniors is that start off by enjoying your life, join groups, and have like particular hobbies that you can mention in your recruitments, right? Have good hobbies and focus on them, achieve something in them. Okay, and the next thing is work on your communication skills. uh, I know that you have had events like Field Employable and those stuff right now, and again you'll be having lectures from different colleges coming and forcing you to like come up, speak, and dancing and all of those stuff. Right now, it might seem silly for you guys, but it's all for you to like come out of your zone and develop your communication skills. Because doesn't matter how much you've achieved, right? If you're not able to express that to the recruiter, it's of no use, right? So communication skills is next part. And one more thing is that people, doesn't matter what you have learned, okay? It doesn't matter which branch you are from, and it doesn't matter what skill sets you have. People like recruiters mainly focus on coding. Like the first round you will have to cross would be coding. Okay, so let me tell you about ourselves. Like me and Karthik, right? Like we all got placed like pretty late in our path. Like you might be thinking that they know that what they wanted, they had their resumes well prepared, so they would have got placed in a very like initial level itself. Okay, so I got placed in my 35th attempt. Like after attending 35 companies, I got placed for the 35th one. Okay, and Karthik also has his own insights on that. So our first company was a really huge company. It was a super dream company. Okay, and the package they were providing, it was really huge for us. It was a package that none of our batchmates had ever seen. So we were well prepared for it. We had gone through the websites. We had gone through Geeks for Geeks. Like in Geeks for Geeks, they have a portal where insights on the certain companies are there. So we had gone through all of that, and we had got well prepared. Okay. The only place where we failed was because we had a coding round, and there was a huge question there. Okay, and we had all the logic. We cracked our heads. We had all of a group of friends helping us. We cracked all the logics. We wrote tons of code on it, and at the end we didn't pass because there was one logic that we had missed out. Okay, so that one line of code cost us our entire career. Believe me, if we had got placed to that company right today, we would have been in like some other realm or something, because that was such a huge package for us. So that's what coding cost us. And suggesting you guys start off with coding. It's a really high time. You can't sit and learn coding like when there is 1 month or 2 months for placements. You need to start off. You need to learn how to think. You need to like go into that stressed out environment. Okay, so your mind needs to automatically start thinking coding. I would suggest that you have a Geeks for Geeks where they'll be giving you like more like theoretical knowledge on what is there, like in coding, line by line explanations, and their explanations on different algorithms, data structures, and also focus on dynamic programming and stuff. Okay, and you also have other websites like W3 schools are there, and there are also few other websites like which we had gone through. HackerRank is there, and if you are aiming for super dream companies, right, then I would suggest you to go to the Hacker Earth website, where they focus more on prompts which are given to you in like really huge domain companies. Okay, so three things is: first, enjoy your life, learn communication, and the third one is start coding.
Okay, just to know how many of you third years or maybe for all fourth years will be on LinkedIn. That is for sure. Second years might not know what is LinkedIn. Third years, anyone who is still not joined LinkedIn, started doing things there, approaching any recruiters, or anyone who has done that. Third years. Okay, good, Shivraj. Anyone else who is active at LinkedIn, looks for posts of different companies, your dream companies? Okay, start doing that from today, because I said some things, right? When Rutvik asked me what should we start, analog, digital, VLSI, then do that, do this. Company expects that. To be honest, I didn't know anything before I joined LinkedIn. I know the things, like I know analog digital thing, but I don't know like what exactly the company expects from me. As a core domain, as I said, you don't have much seniors who can help you in going to know what and all things you need to learn. So I started from 1 2 steps, like in my fourth year actually I started. So I would suggest third years to start it from today itself, asking someone who might be an alumni of SIT or someone else. Just talk to them. Don't ask them for a job, definitely they won't give you. Start like, um, you know I know these things, so what and I need to learn so that I should be in this company. Because like, so, for you might think your dream job is at some X company, so start working on it. So ask the related things, like for this role, okay, I know this ABC, what should I know? They will say, they will say, whatever you know is just less than the basics. Like, okay, you need to go for a war, you are present, that's all, nothing else, you don't have anything. So they'll say what and all you need to take for the war, like mentally what do you need to prepare, all these things. So as I said, I started that after our one of our semester in fourth year, and at the end of the fourth year I got a job in this domain. So I would suggest you start that from today, at least, so that at the end of your third year itself, you would have a package, and you would start doing an internship in that similar same company. That will help you. And regarding LinkedIn, Aditya would tell more than me. So yeah, how to use it and all, how to approach.
Yeah. So like that was a really good point given out by Karthik. People, you need to start using LinkedIn. Um, it's not like it's just another social media platform out there. It's a platform which consists of people who are potential recruiters, people who have had experience in companies doing jobs and all. So if you have any doubts, right, you can just pick up a company. Like if you most of you would like start off with the fan companies. You'll be like, if I get placed for Google, Microsoft, Flipkart, Amazon, it would be really great. I'll be having a huge package, and those are the stuff, right? But believe me, people at LinkedIn, they are the only ones that know that fan companies are not worth it. There are companies out there which are giving you packages much more than Google. There are companies out there which are much bigger than Flipkart and Amazon combined. Okay, so, and some of us people who have known those insights, we have started preparing for those companies. So all you need to do is go to LinkedIn, create an account, and if you have your resume, or if you don't have your resume also, it doesn't matter. Just pick up a company that you want to be in, and you can just go through the people who are placed at those companies, and you can just connect with them and ask them like, I'm a student at SIT. I'm pursuing my engineering, and I want to get placed to this company. Like, could you provide me insights? I know this much skills. What all I need to learn? Some people would ignore you. Okay, if you are like approaching like around 10 people, 8 people would ignore you, but 2 people would reply for your messages. And the insights they provide you, it's really helpful. You won't get those insights in any websites or anything. Like, okay, so me and Karthik, we all started off like that itself. Initially, during our placement as we didn't know anything. After that, we started through our LinkedIn networking. We started asking people. We mainly went because we wanted referrals, but then we got to know that we won't receive any referrals, so that we just started to ask people on how to get prepared for those companies. So depending on the insights that they gave, we started working. We developed our skill sets, and we like refined our resumes and all. We just sent out our resumes to each and every people. Like for a new when a new food shop opens, right? They'll be like giving you pamphlets. So like that, we just sent out our resumes to each and every person we connected to. Some of them looked through our resumes and they suggested us the changes that they wanted. Some of the HR managers, then they reached out to us. They were like, would you be interested? And some people gave referrals to us. Okay, so that's how you build your connection on LinkedIn, and that's how you learn the insights of different companies. Okay, it's not like just because the placement team from SIT is sending your company to your email, you need to apply for them. That's not the rule. The placement team sends the companies, like the companies which approach SIT and they say that we will be able to give placement for your students. Only those companies are available in your placement mail. But there are hundreds and thousands of companies out there which is willing to recruit you. Okay, so, and since outside the college, outside the placement team, placement mail out there, if you're approaching outside, since it's off campus, then the package you can expect is exponentially much more. Okay. Compared to an on campus, off campus, you can expect much more package, but it's terribly competitive. Okay. So right now you might get placed to any companies. Okay, like you might start off with any different companies or any mass recruiters, but after a year or after 6 months in the company, you would be like you would want to change for different companies. You would be like, I need to skip for another company. This is not my plate. This is not what I want to be. So at that time, if you start preparing, it will be really late. Okay. So right now, go on LinkedIn, approach people, read the posts, read the insights, and get help from each and every places you can. Cool. So that would be really helpful for you.
Thank you now for the LinkedIn and stuff like that. Karthikana, there is a question for you from Ramya HD. Do academic subjects are enough for preparing core companies, or do we have to have a depth knowledge regarding the topic? As we do courses on CS subjects for IT field, what are the courses we should do for an EC subject? Just a minute, one more question. Is preparing for core companies same as preparing for internals or exams, or is there any particular way for preparation?
Okay, Shivraj, I'll ask you to repeat the question again at the end. So I'll start with the last question.
Okay.
Is preparing for internals enough to prepare for a core company? I'll take from that. Okay, whoever has asked that question, I will ask you the same question. How will you prepare for your internals?
Ramya, I think so. You can feel free to unmute yourself.
Yeah. Or anyone can answer this question. How will you prepare for your internals?
A day before.
A day
Don't
before.
worry, Karthik is one of the most calm and kind-hearted people you can find. So it doesn't matter if he answers wrong also, he won't be.
I would say a day before. Actually, like we will be having 2 internals the day, right? In the morning session, we'll have in the evening session. We used to prepare for internals in that 3 hours of time for the second test. I mean, the the morning test we would prepare the day before it. for the test which we are having in the afternoon or in the evening, that we used to prepare in that 3.5 hours of time. So if you prepare in the similar for your interview, that won't help you. Yeah, but preparing for specific skills, since you asked, I would say Verilog we will learn in the college with digital electronics and stuff. That won't be enough. We'll learn that for first 8 to 10 lab sessions. That to 8 to 10 different codes will by heart will produce the same. In the examination, we'll get S plus or S credits. Thank you. We'll close that door on that day of that book on that day, and we'll pass it on, because that is what we do as a second year. We won't learn Verilog in our third year or so. So we'll keep that closed. So don't do that. Verilog, you'll have plenty of courses on YouTube itself. You don't need to pay anything up specifically. I would say start. Make your basics strong. Like you might have learned analog electronics and digital electronics. Check in YouTube. You will have NPTEL courses which will help you to learn the same in a different way. Your professors might have taught it well, but you will learn something different from a professor from an IIT or an NIT. So I would like to say start learning things from NPTEL courses. That will boost your skills, I would say. Verilog, then analog and digital electronics, then analog and start learning digital VLSI. And after that, once you are really once you feel you are really good at that, then we might have to pay for some courses. That I would say maybe a cadence platform, and so because people in different colleges like KLS, Gokte, or KLE, or in any IITs or NIT, they will work on cadence tool. Actually, our college has the access of cadence tools, but they are not giving that. Not like they don't know how to show us the things in that. It's all about we don't ask them, because we are fed up with quizzes, internals, exams. We'll say, okay, I'll take one subject in this semester, I'll just pass it, and yeah, that's enough. We got to know that we have access to all the tools in our college when we were in 8th semester, so we didn't use much of that. So I would say start learning cadence tools. They will give, definitely, if you ask your professor who is teaching you the similar subject, they will definitely give you the access for it. So learn in that way. Maybe that will enough. Any other question I missed, Shivaj?
No, like, are there any like courses suggestions, like which we get at free of cost, like when we are in second year, right? Like, or any YouTube channel or something?
Yeah, I said NPTEL. It's a vast, actually. You can't even imagine how they explain. Yeah, they won't explain from the basics, because they are IIT professors. They expect their students to learn in a different way. So, okay, whoever, okay, I will share the links of YouTube channels or so in a minute in the chat session. You can go through it. Because I would say there are so many sessions starting from Verilog, then analog and digital VLSI design. So it's a huge, like, as a second year, I would suggest learn digital electronics properly, and analog electronics or analog mass circuit design, whatever you are. That depends upon the branch you are in. So learn that very neatly. Uh, okay, and yeah, that will help you, I would say.
Okay, I hope now Sushin Anna is here. Hi, Sushin Anna.
Hey, hi everyone.
So Sushin Anna is also our former alumni and also founder of IEEE Photonics in Comsoc, and is currently working in HP as a firmware engineer and R&D. And over to you.
Okay. So guys, sorry because I joined late. So I'm having a issue in my internet and I'm not able to join through my laptop properly. So I'm not switching my camera on. Okay. So sorry again for that. And as Rutvik told, I'm currently working as an firmware engineer in HP Incorporation, in HP R&D section. Okay, so hope so Aditya and Karthik has given you a complete insight about how we have to prepare for placements and how we need to prepare and how we need to aim for the company that you wanted to join and all. So let me actually tell you guys. I heard one of the word which was telling from Karthik, so that you need to be more strong enough in your basics. Okay, so currently in my case, since I'm working in firmware engineer as a firmware engineer, so I'll be mainly working on the programming languages such as C programming and C++ programming. Okay, so then before actually joining into the company, so what I thought is it's just a C programming and C++ programming, and there won't be anything else. So we'll be having so many things in Java, we'll be having so many things in Python, we'll be having so many things in Node.js and all. But I am actually working on C programming and C++ programming, which will be a fundamental basic kind of a thing, and there won't be much enough to learn in that one. So it will be easier for me to getting into getting a recognition in the company and all. So and I actually was in that mentality before actually joining into the company. So but after when I joined the companies, then I see the vast area of C programming and C++ programming. So there are so many things that we have to learn. Okay, so even I also thought like just a C programming, what will be there? So hardly will be learning about data structures, hardly will be learning about OOPS concepts. So hardly will be learning about some other things like STL and all. So we can use some internet and we can implement some of the things. But it is not actually true. There's so many things like threading methods, um, design patterns, all those things are actually we really don't know. Why we really don't know is that it is not present in our syllabus. Okay, so this is the main point, guys. So in our syllabus, they will actually teach us only the basic concepts, and especially they won't explore us into the industrial level. So the industry, what we are seeing now today is completely different from our syllabus. Okay, so whatever we are learning is it's like a completely a basic thing, and people in some of the places are feeling like that itself is a hard thing to pass in an exam. Okay, so but when we jump into the different industrial level, there are so many things that we have to learn which will not be available in any of the Google websites or anything like that. So this is one of the my experience I would like to share, because I see people used to say, that subject is very difficult, this subject is very difficult. But when we get into the industrial level, that subject is nothing. It's a basic level of the things that we are going to learn in our college. Okay, so and we cannot expect the lecturers to teach each and everything that has to be present in that syllabus and all. Okay, so we have to learn on our own, and also we need to explore so many things that we are interested in. So this is one of my experience. So I won't be lecturing you guys about the placements and how we have prepared and my experience and all. So let's have a question and answer session now. Let us have an interaction session. So as I told, we have to be more thorough with our basics and all. And most of them are here maybe knowing about C programming languages. Okay. So I'll be asking you quite a few 2 to 3 basic questions for you and all. So you just need to answer it. Okay. So will that be okay, guys? If you are okay, you can raise your hand. See, Aditya is so much enthusiastic. Okay, Vedika, Chaitra. Okay, yeah. So my first question is, do null and zero same in C programming language? You can use the chat and you can answer it. So I think I'm able to see the chat. Yes. Okay. Guys, this is a yes or no question. You can give a guess. Okay.
Come on, guys.
No.
There's just a
Okay.
probability of 50% that you can be right or wrong. And just because you have got your spag goodies, it doesn't mean you have to stay silent, okay? You can get more goodies by answering also.
Okay. I see that Vishrut answered the question, Kushis answered the question, Chandana answered the question. Okay, Pooja answered the question. Okay, okay, guys. So those who answered no, so I will pick up one person and I will ask them that what's the difference between null and zero? There's no difference, right? Okay, so I'm repeating my question. So is null and zero are same? Okay, so most of them answered no. So let me ask Pooja. So why? What do you think that the major difference between null and zero? You can use the chat and you can answer it. This is for everyone, okay? So not only Pooja, but if you feel to like, if you know the answer, then you can use the chat and you can answer it. Okay, Chinmay, yeah, okay, Chinmay is telling null is empty. Okay, correct. So guys, um, as Pooja said, null means nothing and zero will be initialized value. Okay, so you might be knowing about pointers, right? So when you initialize the pointer or when you declare the pointer, okay, so it will not be given any of the value. So then that means null. Okay, so if the pointer or the variable or anything, okay, if you initialize that into a particular value, then it won't be called as null. Okay, so if you only declare the variable, if you only declare the pointer, then that will be a null pointer, or the value of that particular will be of that particular variable will be null. Okay, so why I asked this question is that, like, this is the basic thing, you know. So in most of the interviews, so these are the type of the questions that will be asked, and most of them will not be knowing it. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that first of all, be thorough with your basic. Okay, so when you are thorough with your basic, then you can definitely learn the most advanced level courses and all. Okay, if you're not at all learning the basics, then if you directly jump into the advanced level courses, then it will be very hard for you to learn the different concepts. Okay, so first of all, learn the basic things, and the second most important thing is that, so how to how to plan. Okay, so most of them people think that most of the people will ping me asking which of the programming languages are better to learn. Okay, so and the second thing is there any advantages of learning is in that one? So is industry is actually expecting that kind of programming languages and all? So guys, whatever you learn, first you learn the logic behind the program. Okay, so forget about the programming languages, whether it is C programming, whether it is a C++ programming, whether it is a Java, whether it is a Python and all. So don't look into the programming languages that you learn. Okay, so look into the logic behind writing the programs. Okay, so even I don't know much of the things in C programming. Okay, so I'll also Google it, and I'll only learn through by looking into the logics. Okay, so I'll actually Google the syntax of the C programming. So I'll also go syntax. I'll also Google the syntax of C++ programming. So I'm not actually the program is like is a kind of a person who has to learn the logic behind the programming or coding. Okay, so you should not learn the syntax of any of the programs. Okay, it will be available in any of the books. It will be available in the net and all. So you can use that one and to implement your logics. Okay, but the most important thing is you have to be more strong enough in um, logical thinking. Okay, so my second question is that which will be related to the logical itself. Okay, so how do you decide whether the given number is even number or odd number? Okay, so you can use chat, or you can unmute yourself and tell me the logic behind it. So how do you decide whether the given number is an even number and or an odd number?
Number is divisible by 2, then it's even.
Okay. Okay. Let me yeah. So apart from this logic, is there any other logic that you can use to decide whether the given number is an odd or an even? Bitwise and
I think so.
correct.
Ending with, and if you get one, it's odd, and it's not, it's false. It's
Okay.
even, sorry.
Correct. 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 So these are the two different ways that we have, correct? So one is uh, by doing it through the first method, that is whether the number is divisible by 2 or not, and the second one is through the bitwise AND operation. Okay, so which one is better compared to these two methods? So what do you feel, which algorithm or the which method is good enough to implement in our program?
I think so, the second one.
Bitwise operator, right?
Yeah.
So why do you think that is the most better one compared to the first one?
Like, I feel that the time complexity will be less there because we'll be using less number of like instructions or the characters we type in the code,
Correct.
or the
Exactly.
code is short or something.
Yeah. See, guys, what Shiva has told is exactly correct. So when we are using a bitwise AND operation, then the time complexity to run that particular program will be much more lesser than compared to the first method. Okay. So whenever you are writing a program, you should keep in mind that you have to optimize your code. Okay. So you can use for loops, you can use while loops. You have plenty of enough of syntax that will be available, but you have to keep in mind that you have to reduce your number of lines while you are writing in the code, and also you have to take care of the time complexity. That is the most important thing. Okay, so industry is actually expecting these kinds of the knowledge from each and everyone. So it's not just like if you're learning the program, not like implementing through a manual process and all. So you have to be more precise enough. Okay, so they actually look into the optimizations. Okay, and not only optimizations. So when we come to the like if you are doing any of the projects, so we have to mainly look into the three major aspects. One is optimization, and the second one is eco-friendly, and the third one is user-friendly. So if these three parameters satisfied, then your project will be a great thing. Okay, so if these three is not satisfied, then your project will be only satisfied to you. It will not be satisfied to anyone else. So that is the reason in the companies and also they will do the interviews and they will only look into these particular aspects from your side, whether is this person is actually looking into the each and every aspect, he is actually thinking out of box or not. And there are so many parameters which are applicable for them. Okay, so they'll be mainly looking into these kind of things, these kinds of things. Okay, so these are the major two things that I would like to give you as a suggestion. And if you have any doubts, you can ask me. So this is just a short information about how you need to prepare and what is the expectations from the companies and all. And thank you each and everyone for giving this opportunity. So I have been given a suggestions or given a notice, like short notice has been given to me. That's why I haven't prepared anything much about programming by giving a demonstration and all. Sorry for that. And again, thanks for each and everyone.
Thank you,
I could see a message from Ramya, like in analog we have only N channel and which we study. So is that enough, or do we need to learn more? And as placement starts at the end of third year, at that time we are not studied fourth year subjects. So would that be enough for attempting a course subjects? So I will take the second question first, and then I'll come to the first one. Okay. So fourth year subjects, will that affect our placements for core companies? Our subjects are being placed in such a way that whatever whatever the basics we need are kept in our second year and third year itself. We need not to go for our fourth year subjects to touch, because usually one thing the department or the college has been decided is, in fourth year one thing, there will be a placements going on. Parallelly people are attending internships and they need to learn more on major project. So since all these things are there, usually they won't prefer to keep better subjects, or the subjects which need to be learned in very basics, they won't keep it. So that won't affect any of our placement related stuff. Only maybe an advanced analog design or advanced digital design, that too depending upon the branch, if they keep in seventh or eighth semester, that will affect. But usually they will keep within sixth semester, so that won't affect much. The first question which was asked was regarding the type of MOSFETs. I will answer that maybe that depends upon the flow of electrons or flow of holes. So because we have that restrictions, right? Like 39 hours for a subject, or 42 hours for a subject, or 52 hours. So they can't cover everything in that particular time. So they will teach one thing. Yeah, it is up to you to learn other things as well, or there are other things you need to learn too. So I'm just adding some of the courses regarding VLSI design, or you need to go in whether embedded or VLSI. I'm just adding that in the chat window, and even my mail ID as well, so that you can contact me through mail, or maybe your seniors might also give the we are in the group, so you can ask us in the group as well regarding that. So I'm just adding, and the courses which you need to go through, so that I have added. So yeah, if you have any other questions, yeah, you can feel free to contact us, me, Aditya, Sushil, but he's unable to join today due to some personal issues. He works in the GE, so which is in the cybersecurity domain he's working now. So if you are interested in cybersecurity, you can contact him as well.
And also team, like I would like to add this. See, just because you got into SIT or just because you got to engineering, right? It doesn't mean you have to be an engineer. Okay. Let's make it pretty clear that you need to understand that one point. Just because you are like studying engineering right now, just because you are learning coding or just because you're learning software and all, it doesn't mean you have to actually be an engineer. Most of us here, like me, Karthik, Sushil, or Bharat, right? We didn't actually plan. Like Karthik, when he came to college, he didn't plan on going to core companies and making core field as his passion. When I started off, I didn't know that. Like when I came to become an engineer, I had different goals. I wanted to become a robotics engineer and all. But right now, my passion is designing, and I am going towards that field. Okay. And when Bharat started off, he literally had no idea that he would go into the cybersecurity field, and that would be his newfound passion. Okay. So if you want our help in something, if you want our guidance on something, like Karthik mentioned, the team would be sharing our details, and you can reach out, you can call us, or you can ping us anytime. But one thing we would suggest is always follow your passion. If you feel like I don't want to do coding and stuff, I don't want to be a part of this engineering stuff and all, it's fine. Complete your engineering, do courses other than engineering. Like if you want to become a scuba diver or if you want to become something else adventurous, go do those courses and you can have a career in that also. Okay. An engineer is a person who solves problems. An engineer is not a person who codes. Okay. That's one thing you people need to understand. If you want to learn our insights on different types of careers also, you can always approach us for that. So that's one thing. So focus not only on coding and stuff, focus on joining different groups, different teams, and doing certain events or following a passion and hobby, and at the end everything works out. Cool. Okay, team photonics, you can take over.
Okay. Thank you, Anna, for having like coming here in a by such a short notice. Like we informed you so late, but still you came and took over. So thank you so much for being here. Now I request Padma to give a vote of thanks. Padma.
think so. No, there is some technical error from side of Padma. I'll just take over. Firstly, I would like to thank the team Geeks of Geeks Society for arranging this this event today. We had a great session today, and I would also like to thank our branch counselor Chandrika ma'am and HOD of Electronics and Telecommunication Department KC Narsimurthy sir. And I would also like to thank Mr. Jathan Chawla, Mr. Arsh Goyal, and Satyam Josna Garge for their wonderful session. And last but not the least, our most loved alumni are the founders of IEEE Photonics and Concepts Joint Chapter. That's Adityana and Karthikana, Sushinana, and Bharatana. Thank you for a wonderful session. And not leaving one more person who has done a very good job in this event is Sagar Anna. He's also from SIT. So thank you for everyone for attending this event. And the last. Okay, thank you.
One thing. Thank you guys. Thanks a lot. Actually, it's our first collaboration with IEEE Photonics, and it's nice to have all the founders also. I never I've seen them, but I've not interacted with them. This is the closest I've been to them. So it's great to have them here. Thank you. Thank you all. And make sure you're coming at 5 o'clock. There is an CAT event by an academy. He's a 99 percentiler in VARC section. So it will be a good event. Mostly you'll be asked aptitude in your interviews. He would give us some shortcuts how to do it. That would be great. So yeah, I just register here. Okay. So I've dropped the link in the WhatsApp group that you're in. So do not forget to join us at 5 o'clock on an academy platform. It's a good session. So, yeah. Bye bye guys. See you. Take care.
And the last small instruction, do please fill out the feedback form which has been sent in the group. So your certificates will be provided on if and only if you fill the form. Okay. One more time, I'm just repeating it. Please do fill the feedback form if you need the certificate. Okay, guys. Thank you.